Yes, I can hear.
The open council meeting for June 20th, 2022. Before we get started, as we'll find out very quickly, we have a very packed agenda tonight and we have 106 deputations. So what I'm going to suggest is that the 105 of those 106 deputations refer to item 17A. What I'm going to request, which will require a 2/3 vote, is that we take care of all the agenda items right down through 19A, and then we start reading the agenda or the deputations for item 17A. And at 9:30, we'll assess where we're at, whether we need to defer and go to a second meeting, which would be next Monday night, to continue those deputations and to cover off the last of that item. So with that, I'm hoping that I get a mover and a seconder for this motion to move forward with the meeting. Councillor Sakachi and Councillor Latimer.
Happy to move that, Mayor Caniff.
So seconded.
So does anybody have any questions relating to this motion of just of rejuggling the order? We do have Dillon Consulting here as well. We want to get them taken care of as well. So that's kind of the piece of the puzzle that we're looking at here to change the agenda items around. Councillor Sakachi?
Sorry, Mayor Caniff, my hand was just up in regards to...
Okay, all right. Seeing no other questions, we will vote on this. Councillor Solomon, I see your hand came up.
Yeah. Yes. Am I on?
You are now. I can hear you.
Okay. Yes, I did have a question, and then the vote came up on the screen, and I can't get the hand to go down. But the question was really this: if we get to 9:30, and we haven't got into the deputations yet, I would hate to see them split between two separate meetings. You know, if you start, and you do 50 of them tonight till 10 o'clock, and then at some other meeting do the rest. Is that the idea?
Well, that would be the idea, because if depending on how long it takes, 106. If you do the math times,
you can't get them finished tonight.
No, but that's my point, is that we will need to even if we just tackled that one item, we could be more than one meeting, like more than 4 hours. So I'd like to try and get as much done tonight. And yes, we would split them. Read the first X number of deputations tonight, and then the remainder next Monday night, and then go into the discussion on item 17A.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, Your Worship, and I think that helps council and those listening understand what's going to happen or may happen.
Yes, Councillor Bondi.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So after 19A is notices of motion, which I have one. So where would that be? This new
what we'll do is at 9:30 we'll assess it, and if we decide to move on, we will finish the agenda with notices of motion and wind up the meeting. We'll just cut. At what point do we cut off the discussion on 17A or the deputations? We will make sure that we cover off everything else in the agenda, with the exception of the continuation of item 17A. So notices of motions will be dealt with tonight under this motion.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, all votes are in and motion passes 16-1.
Okay. With that, we'll move on to the land acknowledgement. Over to you, Councillor Latimer.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'm honored to bring the land acknowledgement this evening. We acknowledge that we are on the lands of the Anishinaabe Nation. This spot where we gather is the traditional land of the Three Fires Confederacy, the Odawa, Potawatomi, and Ojibwe. We also recognize this land is now home to the Delaware Nation. This land was settled through the McKee Purchase Treaty of 1790, and we, as beneficiaries of the treaty, must recognize our responsibilities, including our collective responsibilities to the land and water.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next is the approval of the supplementary agenda, and there are no items to be on the supplementary agenda this evening. Next are the disclosure of pecuniary interest, direct or indirect, for open session agenda items, and we have not received any this evening. So moving on to deputations. For right now, we just have one. It is with regards to item 16C, which is for, the Inter-County Baseball League team proposal. It is from Jason Sikowski, who is the president of Chatham Minor Baseball Association, and it reads as this. To all, on behalf of the Chatham Minor Baseball Association, I would like to take this opportunity to express our support for the proposal of the inter-county baseball team playing out of Fergie Jenkins Field at Rotary Park. CMBA has spent a considerable amount of money, time, and effort on the renovations and enhancements to this facility. Throughout the years, and the organization is committed to ensuring the viability for the hundreds of Chatham-Kent players that use the facility each season. Our registration numbers this year are the most promising the organization has seen over 20 years. And as most of you already know, Fergie Jenkins Field at Rotary Park is the only senior-sized baseball diamond within the city limits of Chatham. With numbers increasing, so will the needs of our players and coaches for equitable playing time at this facility. As such, we look forward to working with Municipality of Chatham-Kent and the organizers of the inter-county baseball team as plans for this new team's use of the facility is discussed, and we simply ask that our input be received and considered if this is to proceed to ensure the CMBA's players are not disadvantaged through this venture. CMBA realizes the addition of such a franchise in Chatham-Kent can only help foster growth in the game of baseball in our community and provide an opportunity for our young players to have mentors that they can look up to, and we look forward to helping them with that. Sincerely, Jason Sikowski, President. Mr. Mayor, the next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. And the items that have been pulled this evening are 13F, single source contract award, supply and installation of electrical vehicles, charging stations by Councillor Finn. 14A, the community risk assessment is pulled by Councillor Kirkwood White, and we also have a presentation this evening by Dillon Consulting. Item 15A, the 2022 asset management plan update, is a presentation by Gord Quinton. Item 16C is Inter-County Baseball League team proposal, pulled by Councillor Kirkwood White and Councillor Sakachi. Item 17A, the service review customer service, pulled by Councillor McGrail, Kirkwood White, Harrigan, Pinsino, Finn, and Foss. Item 17B, diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice strategy, update number 2, pulled by Councillor Kirkwood White. Item 18F, Uncle Tom's Road name change to Freedom Road, pulled by Councillor Wright and Councillor Foss. And the final report pulled is item 19A, the diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's not the one, sorry. The CK Together Core Grant Program 2022 and 2025 funding recommendations. Therefore, on the consent agenda this evening, the following reports are to be approved. Item 12A, B, C. Items 13A, B, C, D, E, G, and H. Items 15B and C. Items 16A, B, and D, items 17C, D, E, and items 18.
Items 18A, B, C, D, and E. So Councillor Foss and Councillor Wright, can I get you to move the consent agenda, please?
So moved, Your Worship.
I'll second it. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll put the consent agenda to vote. Meredith, will you be able to fill in while Judy fixes her technical problems? Oh, there's
Yes.
Judy.
Yeah, all votes are in, Mayor Kenneth, and the motion passes 16-1.
Okay, we'll go to item 13, tender awards. Judy, you back online?
Yes, I am. Sorry.
Perfect.
My computer went dead. Obviously, it was working too hard today. Okay, so we're moving on from the consent agenda. I see that it motion passed 16-1. Thank you. Next item is number 13F, single source contract award, supply and installation of electric vehicle charging stations.
Councillor Finn and Councillor Harrigan, can I get you to move this, please?
Happy to move that.
If Councillor Harrigan's offline, can I get Councillor O'Shea, please?
I'll second that.
Okay. Councillor Finn, you had a question.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick question to Huda Oda through you. Could you explain the process that you looked at in order to determine where these charging stations were going to be placed?
Definitely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is Huda Oda, Manager of Western Second Climate Change here, and I'd like to thank you, Councillor Finn, for the question. So in determining where to go, our team consulted with a number of departments on where these can be best located. So to keep in mind that the initial proposal to an RCAN was to install 14 ports at 7 locations. And so in determining the locations, we looked at a number of things. We needed to be strategic. These are level 2 chargers, so people needed to be doing something while waiting for the vehicle to charge. So we looked at places or lots that are municipally owned, that attract tourists, and that helps both corporate and community usage. So we wanted places where people could work and or play. Also, we looked at traffic counts, and we kept in mind the feasibility of having easy connections to the electricity to draw, obviously, the charging from it. So with that in mind, we came together on these 6 locations throughout Chatham-Kent.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for the report.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 16-0. Moving on to 14A, Community Risk Assessment. And we have a presentation by Suzanne Charbonneau-Dent and Claudio Covinelli of Dillon Consulting. Chief Case, did you want to open the, Chief Walters?
Judy, it's been quite a long road. We've been going down the community risk assessment. There was changes to provincial legislation a few years ago that said that every municipality must examine the risks and also come up with a process for dealing with those risks. So I'm delighted that Dillon are here to present the latest community risk assessment. And following on from this, probably into the next council, will be the fire master plan, where we start presenting options for dealing with these risks. So in the interest of time, I will hand over to Claudio and Suzanne and thank them for the time and diligence in working on this project, Judy.
Thank you, Chief. So we're here to present the initial, the results of the community risk assessment, and Suzanne Charbonneau is going to walk us through the presentation.
Judy, do you want me to share the slides from my end, or what's the easiest way to?
If you have them up and ready, sure, and we have backup just in case there's any technical difficulties.
Okay, just a second. Make sure I get the right one up here. Okay, how does that look for everyone? Can you see?
Perfect.
You able to see the presentation? Okay. All right, good evening. I'm pleased to be back with you again tonight to discuss the Municipality of Chatham-Kent's Community Risk Assessment, which has been developed as part of the Emergency Services Fire Master Plan. Preparing a community risk assessment, or a CRA, is now a legislated requirement. Ontario Regulation 37818, Community Risk Assessments, found under the Fire Protection and Prevention Act, or FPPA, came into effect on July 1st, 2019, and it states that municipalities have until July 1st, 2024 to comply. The regulation requires that all municipalities in Ontario develop a community risk assessment and use it to inform decisions about the provision of fire protection services. There's also a requirement to review it annually and update it every 5 years or as needed. What is a community risk assessment? The Office of the Fire Marshal defines it as the process of identifying, analyzing, evaluating, and prioritizing the risks to public safety to inform your decisions about providing fire protection services. Within the fire service, CRAs are recognized as the first step towards the management of risk based on your local needs and circumstances. And that is wording that directly connects with the municipal responsibilities for providing fire services that's outlined within the Fire Protection and Prevention Act. The methodology applied to prepare your community risk assessment is provided within the Fire Marshal's Technical Guideline 02-2019. And at Dillon, we've been doing risk assessments in various forms for several years now, and our approach is also informed by the supporting documents from the National Fire Protection Association, or NFPA, as well as documents from Vision 2020, a leading group in providing community risk assessment and risk reduction plan documents and materials, and also information from the Fire Marshal's Comprehensive Fire Safety Effectiveness Model. The approach to preparing a community risk assessment requires the analysis of 9 risk profiles. This includes geographic, building stock, demographic, past loss and event history, hazards, critical infrastructure, economic, public safety response, and community services. Each risk is addressed and assessed in terms of probability and consequence in order to determine a risk level. Those are ranked high, moderate, or low. And from there, we're able to apply a risk reduction process to either avoid, mitigate, accept, or transfer the risk. The next step applies further detail on that risk treatment and risk reduction approach. So for each of the high, moderate, and low risks identified within the 9 profiles, consideration is given to whether or not the treatment can avoid the risk by implementing programs or initiatives that would prevent the fire or emergency from occurring, or to mitigate the risk by implementing programs and initiatives that would reduce that probability and consequence of a fire or emergency. The other treatment accepts the risk. So without initiatives or programs, it knows that the risk may occur and it will respond if it does. And the last is to transfer the risk, which transfers the management of the risk or the impact to another organization or body. And then we filter down further to what we call the 5 E's, and they consider strategies for risk reduction. So these include education, so increasing awareness, or engineering, changing your actual physical environment, economic incentives, influencing change through financial incentives, enforcement, so enforcing legislation through the inspection programs, and emergency response, which mitigates your injury, illness, and saves lives. The 5 E's also align with the provincial 3 lines of defense model. So that puts public education and prevention as the first line of defense, and fire safety standards and enforcement as the second line of defense. And it considers emergency response to be that last line of defense or the fail-safe. And generally, you can consider that enhancing your first two lines of defense will result in the most efficient and effective model for delivering fire protection services to improve community safety. The fire propagation curve is used to relate the timeline of a fire to the timeline of actions by your building occupants and the responding fire service. So it shows the time of ignition and detection of a fire, notification of the fire service, and your response time, turnout and travel times combined, of the fire service. In the industry, there's a recognition that fires today are burning faster and they're burning hotter. And this really supports that need to implement those first two lines of defense and provide assistance to building occupants and community members with the essential role that they provide in ensuring their own fire safety in the minutes before the fire service arrives on scene. So this emphasizes the importance of early detection, such as that's provided by home smoke alarms, as well as early notification, so ensuring that they're calling 911 in the event of emergency as soon as they're aware of it. And getting building occupants out safely. So ideally, this is through the use of a practiced home escape plan. Fire suppression is the last line of defense, and when we look at this graph, it shows that the combined times of dispatch, turnout, and travel, being the times that it takes for the emergency service to actually get on scene, we're looking at approximately 9 to 10 minutes elapsing since the ignition. It's likely by this time the fire has already engulfed the structure. So ideally, we need the building occupants to get out and stay out before crews arrive on the fire scene. The community risk assessment document provides detailed analysis of the key risks and key findings for Chatham-Kent as they relate to fire and emergency services. The following provides an overview of some of those risks. The municipality averaged 82 structure fires between the years of 2015 to 2019. Group C residential occupancies represent 91% of the municipality's existing building stock. So that equates to 36,681 buildings. And residential occupancies also represented 72.5% of structure fires, or 296 occurrences between the years of 2015 to 2019. 23% of all fire loss incidents in the Group C residential occupants did not have a smoke alarm present. From 2015 to 2019, all reported fire fatalities, there were 3, and the majority of fire-related civilian injuries, 5, occurred in Group C residential occupancies. According to the 2016 census information, 75.5% of your Group C residential building stock, totaling 32,480 buildings, was built prior to 1981 and the implementation of the Ontario Fire Code. This compares to 53.1% in Ontario as a whole. The municipality of Chatham-Kent currently has 76 vulnerable occupancies and 19 high-rise buildings, which are considered to be 6 stories or greater. And those are primarily located within the Chatham area. As well, there are 131 large area buildings with a footprint greater than 50,000 square feet, located both in your urban and rural areas across the municipality. The seniors demographic of persons aged 65 years and older are considered to be one of the highest fire risk groups across the province based on the residential fire death rate. And they represent 21.1% of the municipality's total population, equal to 21,415 people as of the 2016 census. The leading cause of unintentionally set fires was due to misuse of ignition source at 25.7%. And just to clarify, ignition source refers to the actual equipment or device which would bring about ignition, such as cooking equipment or open flame, smokers' articles, things like that. There are unique risks identified within the municipality. Some of those are associated with agricultural buildings and agricultural practices. There's also increased risks across the municipality due to the presence of waterways, including flooding and erosion issues. So at a high level, this project has two key deliverables. The first being a community risk assessment being presented today, and the second is the fire master plan as the next step. The outcomes identified in the risk assessment will inform the development of the draft fire master plan, including the analysis of existing service levels, any existing gaps, and as well as future needs, and will apply growth and development to that level. But simply put, the risk assessment outcomes will directly inform the development of the 10-year strategic fire master plan. The project includes a consultation with a broad range of internal and external stakeholders. So we have a steering committee that's comprised of a mix of internal stakeholders, and they play a significant collaborative role throughout the duration of the project. And we've completed internal interviews with fire and emergency services staff, as well as other municipal staff, to gain a deeper understanding of our existing strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and constraints within the department. The volunteer firefighters have provided feedback through workshops as well as through a survey, and we're working to provide a similar survey to the full-time firefighters. And this provides valuable insight into the key issues that will be addressed through the fire master plan. A council workshop was completed in October to introduce the project and receive input from council on the department and risk assessment and master plan. And a public survey was completed in the fall on Let's Talk Chatham-Kent to gain broader community input. And we've completed 16 targeted interviews with community group representatives, including educational, development, and conservation area groups. I thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Councillor Kirkwood-White, you had a question?
I have a question for Chief Case, but I have a comment that I'd like to make. Thank you, Your Worship. I want to thank Suzanne and Claudio for the presentation. I will admit that outside of reviewing the key findings and identified risks in the 175-page report from Dillon Consulting, which I intend to do when time permits, I'd like to say that if anyone, including those individuals choosing to run for municipal council this fall, would like to learn more about the profile of our municipality, I would encourage them to read this document. With all of the reading that municipal councillors have to do, this document was a great overview, not only for the purpose of understanding the fire risk within our community, but for learning about the various sectors that make up our community and what, as municipal councillors and staff, we are responsible for protecting. My question to Chief Case, just like to ask you if you wouldn't mind commenting on the possibility of developing partnerships with the private sector and or the nonprofit sector to mitigate or avoid some of the issues and challenges that this report highlights.
Thank you, Councillor Kirkwood-White. Through you, Mr. Mayor. We have been on a journey of a significant change in the way that we do community safety. We have our own community fire safety strategy, and that is very much founded on partnerships. We have over 40 partner agencies that we work with right now. And Suzanne referred to vulnerable properties. What we are trying to do right now is to identify vulnerable members of the community. And it's those vulnerable members of the community who are more susceptible to fire, death, and injury. So, for example, we work with the hospital, we work with our mental health nurses. You know, we've just started working again with some of April Redak's team in the post-COVID world, so that if we can identify someone who might need an air conditioner in the home after they've had a home fire safety check, or if they need some kind of adaptation so that they can get around, we're able to liaise with April's team, we're able to liaise with the community paramedics, and we're able to bring about the interventions that that person needs to stay safe in their home, not just from the fire safety point of view. In terms of the private sector, I'm currently exploring some opportunities because, as you will see from the community risk assessment, we have a lot of concerns with regards to entrapments from motor vehicle collisions. And we're also looking at how we can deal with the changes in legislation which now make mandatory qualifications for firefighters. So there may be opportunities that we can work with some of our private sector partners to try and bring around specialist skills to deal with that type of thing. But these are all things which are currently being examined through the master fire plan process. I'd like to thank council. I appreciate the feedback for the document. We brought this to the 2019 budget with this in mind, and I'm glad that it appears to have done what council wished. So thank you for your question, Councillor Kirkwood-White.
Thanks very much, Chief.
With that, we'll move on to item 15, Finance, Budget, Information Technology, and Transformation.
15A, 2022 Asset Management Plan Update. We have a presentation by Gord Quinton, General Manager of Finance, Budget, Information Technology, and Transformation.
There we go. Just checking if you can see my screen okay?
Yes, we can, Gord.
Thank you. So good evening, Council. I'm Gord Quinton, Chief Financial Officer of Chatham-Kent. And I first want to acknowledge this presentation and the report as a result of many, many hours of work from staff across the municipality, and particularly the engineering staff at both the municipality and the PUC. And a report did go to the PUC Commission meeting last Thursday. Provincial Regulation 588/17 guides municipalities on the completion of an updated core infrastructure asset management plan prior to July 1st, 2022, and has significant requirements on staff and council to provide an updated asset management plan on all assets by July 1st, 2024, and include proposed levels of service by July 1st of 2025. So council, you'll be much more involved in the future phases of the asset management plan during the next term, and so will the public in general through public engagement. There, of course, are budget impacts to the asset management plan, and through public engagement, council and staff will together tackle balancing the needs and financial realities as we move forward into the next term. So in this table, we provide the total asset valuation, which is the replacement value of all our assets. So both through increased accuracy when it comes to our road networks, and with the high levels of construction inflation over the last 5 years, we now have a replacement value of 6.2 billion. That is to say, if you start from scratch to build all the assets that Chatham-Kent owns, all our roads, buildings, and every bit of our infrastructure, we would need 6.2 billion to build what we currently own. In this table, we illustrate the annual requirements to maintain the assets that we currently have. So in our 2017 asset management plan, we identified that we needed $96 million of funding each year. And at that time in 2017, we were at a funding level of 48 million, or 50%. Now, 5 years later, the chart shows that we should be allocating 124 million in our annual budget, but in the 2022 budget, council approved only 62 million. So in fact, we're still just at 50%, even though we've made $14 million of additional investments over the last 5 years. Council hasn't quite followed its own policies decisions that it made in the 2017 asset management plan, and cut the inflation amounts recommended by staff in each of the years through the 2018 through 2022 budgets. Therefore, it's no surprise that although we did approve 1% of new tax dollars annually for asset management planning, not funding the inflation actually put us back to the same 50% funded level. As well, secondly, council has consistently rejected many suggestions for divestments over this term of assets. And that was also a key resolution approved by council in the 2017 plan. So this is why Regulation 588/17 should be very important to council through its next term. We need to balance our desired levels of service with our ability to pay in clear and transparent ways to the taxpayers of Chatham-Kent. We need to commit to our budgets in a measured and phased in way over the next couple decades to improve our level of funding to its optimal level, which may or may not be 100% funding. We need to work through it together. I'll now go to the recommendations. I won't read them all, but I'll highlight some points. This first one is just to meet the regulatory requirements that we post to our website after tonight's meeting. Recommendations 2 and 3 are very important to council to consider tonight. We're now working on the 2023 budget, and soon we'll be beginning the 2024 to 2027 multi-year budget. We need clear council direction tonight relating to the 2023 budget, and we will engage the next council as early as we can in the strategic planning meetings and ahead of the 2024 to 2027 multi-year budget. To make any progress on improving the conditions of our roads, bridges, and stormwater systems, we need both to keep up with inflation and provide that little bit more of tax dollars every year to the base, and then stick with the plan approved tonight. In fact, the capital budget should only be a few minute discussions at our budget deliberations. Just stick to the plan and the recommendations. Council, you and only can you decide what assets we keep. Administration's job is to demonstrate what we need to maintain the assets to a certain overall condition, which will be more finely defined in 2024 and 25 for all our assets. So to be perfectly clear, the decisions on our assets should always occur on Monday nights at council meetings, not at budget sessions. The capital budget is a result of your decisions on Monday nights, and we maintain what you direct us to own. Recommendation number 4 is about lobbying to other levels of government. So I guess the good news of my presentation tonight, we're not in this situation alone. Ontario municipalities, likely the good and bad all over the province, they all likely average right around 50% funding of their asset management plans, the same as us. To be clear, the property tax system in Ontario is broken. All of us in municipal finance, say in Ontario and across the country, know that the property tax system is broken, but it's what we have. And property owners can't possibly pay for all the maintenance of all our assets while consistently being asked to shoulder more of our social programs and emergency services needs. We need help. We need predictable annual new funding from upper levels of government. And hope you can repeat that to anyone that's listening. we need help. We need the Canada Community Building Funds, CCBF, or formerly federal gas tax, you might know it as that, and the Ontario Community Infrastructure Funds, OCIF, to be indexed to the construction inflation index. They're not currently. It's only decisions of those upper level governments that ever decide on increasing. But we need this to be predictable. And if inflation's 10% on assets this year, we need a 10% increase in the funding to match. Plus, we need new funds right away, either doubling of the CCBF or the OCIF, or perhaps 1% HST allocated to municipalities for municipal infrastructure. Please support us whenever you have a chance to talk to your MPs or MPPs and every association that will listen and lobby with us. The fifth recommendation is about some assistance that we'll need for implementation over the next couple of years. Running a well-oiled asset management program has been clearly demonstrated to save tax dollars overall. So with this recommendation, we're asking to take some of the funds from our 2023 capital asks and direct it into improving our asset management plan. Asset management plans are about investing the right amount of tax dollars on the right asset at the right time or the optimal time at the lowest overall costs. The next 3 years is pivotal to Chatham-Kent finding the right plan and balancing between needs, wants, and affordability. And I will open it to the floor for questions. Thanks.
Councillor B. McGregor, followed by Councillor Solomon.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I did have a couple of questions, and I think it was a very helpful report. I know it probably won't be the report that receives the most attention tonight, or certainly this term of council, but I think, Gord, you did a good job in relaying the seriousness of the issues we're facing and the lack of support that we've had from other levels of government in the past decade to really catch up on what's a pretty significant issue in not just our community, but communities across Ontario. When you go through the report, one of the interesting points I saw there was we've talked about it before, is the cap on the OCIF funding at $10 million. And we know that other communities receive more of that funding despite having less infrastructure and arguably better density than we do. So what's that calculation based on, and who has the power to change that cap and change that calculation?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff, and thank you, Councillor McGregor, for the question. I should mention that the first year here that Chris Cheever is also on the line if anyone wants to ask a question of engineering as well. The province does have a formula. They don't share those exact calculations with us, but there is a formula. It does include population and is to, in some ways, address the ability to pay, but we don't have the exact calculations from that. But we do know that some of our two-tier neighbors have been getting much more than we have. So, for example, Essex County, if you count upper and lower tier, and by the way, Windsor doesn't get the OCIF, but so it's not even Windsor here. Essex County was 18.5 million, Lambton County 15.8 million, and Elgin County 11.1 million. Only us, Greater Sudbury and Thunder Bay, are capped at the 10 million. As far as I know, that was just a cap to limit the budget required for the OCIF in the province's 2021/2022 budget. They have proposed adding 200 million to the pot for their yet to be approved 2022/2023 budget. We of course have I came to council with a report a couple months ago, and we have lobbied the province to lift that cap as soon as on this Friday, when we know who's in charge of what portfolio at the provincial governments. We'll remind the new ministers of that same ask, and it's hoped that with the additional 200 million that they're adding to the pot, that they'll lift these caps, but we need to continue that lobby purpose. If they would raise that to 20 million, I believe all municipalities would no longer have a cap. That's what we look for them to do.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important note. I mean, we kind of say it every budget cycle, but it's easy to sort of move past, but it's so impactful on our budget, and at the end of the day, impactful on the way we collect property taxes and the pressures on our budget. Now, looking at that 1.5% commitment, is there a way to mitigate that tax impact over time? If we have divestments, or if we're receiving a lot of new assessment, does that impact that 1.5% requirement?
Thank you for the question. So here we're identifying the tax asks for the asset management plan. Of course, when we put together the budget, we have other sources of revenues, and there's the OMPF grant, there's other, and there's our new assessment. So all that will be taken into account when we put together the 2023 budget. Here, we're just identifying what we would need for the life cycle infrastructure funding. However, I guess in respect to growth, as growth occurs, you're adding to your asset base as well as you add more roads, sidewalks, parks, stormwater systems, and of course on the PUC for water and wastewater systems. So your 6.2 billion of assets is also growing, and the life cycle funds that you need to put aside to maintain those assets grows as well. But in general, of course, new assessment does help because some of the assets are shared throughout the municipality that everybody benefits with that new assessment.
Yeah, I think that's important to remember as well. So yeah, appreciate the report. And I think that we have to recognize the challenge that property taxpayers are facing when trying to keep up with infrastructure in our community, and there's a challenge across Ontario. I think it's unique in Chatham-Kent based on how we receive senior government funding, and that's something that we need to continue to work hard to advocate for and try and change. Thank you.
Councillor B. McGregor, will you move this motion?
Yes, I will.
Can I get a seconder for that? Before we move on to the other hands, Councillor Finn, I saw your hand pop up. Will you second this?
Yes, I shall.
Okay, Councillor Solomon, then Councillor Sakachi, then Councillor Oche.
Thank you, Worship. It's interesting that the first two questions come from former budget chairman. It's not the most exciting or politically sexiest report, but it's a very important one. And I thank Gord for the report, just as Councillor McGregor did. One of the difficulties is that the revenues that come from municipal taxes, property taxes, years ago were focused more on exactly what we're talking about now. The hard infrastructure, the roads, the bridges, stormwater, wastewater, those kind of things. But in the late 90s and early 20s, there's been a massive shift, and we've had to take on more social spending and health spending. And at one point in time, the municipality didn't even own its own housing, and those items cause us a lot more spending than we have the revenues for without increasing taxes way beyond where they should be. But I've got to tell you, it's because the municipalities asked for that. It wasn't forced on them by the province. That's fake news. What happened is the municipalities in the 80s, 90s said we can deliver it better. And in fact, probably that's true. The trouble is that we didn't get the tax points to go with it. We still were stuck with municipal property tax when we should have got a portion of the provincial income tax or the sales tax. And so we've been behind the eight ball on these kind of things ever since. The other important factor is, I guess what may come up later in the meeting if we last that long, is that as it was pointed out by Councillor McGregor, one of the ways to reduce our expenditures is also, and tax increases, is to be more cost efficient in our the assets that we have. So I wanted to make those comments as just as Councillor McGregor did as a former budget chairman. The other thing I'd ask your worship is that we divide the question into the several parts, several paragraphs.
Would you like all five separated, or do you have a?
I would.
Okay, so we will then separate into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we'll do 5 separate votes.
Thank you, your worship.
Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, your worship. Just most of my comments were made very, very specifically by Councillor McGregor. I guess one just quick comment I have for you, Mr. Quinton, and I do appreciate us having several conversations in this regard in the past, is when you said that, we're not alone. I guess my biggest, comment is that in a lot of ways, we are kind of alone in regards to, our bridge and culvert network and the fact of our agricultural impact on Ontario. And I guess just a kind of a question to yourself or maybe to, our current acting CAO is, when they're looking at these types of funding, I still struggle, being in my fourth year on council, to understand the metrics behind the funding when when you have communities like Chatham-Kent who require such extensive draining, extensive storm networks, extensive bridges and culverts, but yet none of that is formulated in the funding that we receive. And we're getting $8 million less than other communities that are somewhat similar to us. And I know that about, advocating to the government and lobbying for that, but really, I'm just not really understanding how anybody who's in a position to, to allocate funds would not see the difference in our community and the density and the requirements from a geographical standpoint and our agriculture community. So if we're benefiting Ontario as a whole, why are we not seeing any benefits to help our agriculture community with some of these fundings, and not to mention, the drainage portion that the municipality has to pay as well? And maybe you can elaborate a little bit more specifically, Mr. Quinton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You're exactly right. I believe we have 20% of the drains in Ontario located within Chatham-Kent. I might not be exactly right on that, but it's around a fifth of the municipal drains are located in Chatham-Kent, which means there's bridges all over Chatham-Kent, let alone the Thames and Sydenham rivers that have very expensive bridges that we have to cross. So when you looked at the annual requirements in the table, we need 26 million a year out of that 124 million. So about 20% of what we annually need is just for the bridges. And in fact, if you throw bridges, storm networks, and roads together, you're at 73% of our asset management plan costs are in just those three areas. So you're exactly right. The province isn't recognizing through the OCAF, and the federal government is not recognizing through the Canada Building Fund that we're different. They're just doing it off of population stats and other statistics other than what's really on the ground. We're a flat municipality with many drains and many bridges. We do lobby that point across as much as we can whenever we have a voice listening at the province, but we have to continue those efforts.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Quinton. And my last real comment would be just in regards to, like, there's so many headlines when we're talking about the budget and things that are cut and things that are approved and the cost implications. I think it would be extremely beneficial to news media outlets around Chatham-Kent to express the concerns of our taxpayers here, to say a lot of our challenges that we face from municipality isn't from being lean and inefficient. It really comes down to the fact that our funding formula just isn't what it requires to be. If as a province we're going to tout that we grow for the for the world and that we're an agriculture community, I think it would be extremely beneficial for us to be recognized and for our funds to be set in our funding and give our agriculture community as well as our residents a break from having to manage all the road networks and all the the different bridges and culverts due to the fact of growing and being such a vast agriculture community. So those are my comments. Continue the good fight and I know we have some great people in place to continue to advocate on our behalf, but really we need to see increased fundings and hopefully that 10 million can be turned into 18 millions like other municipalities around us. Thank you.
Tony, do you have an additional comment to add in there?
I did, Mr. Mayor, Your Worship. Thank you. The discussions already have addressed the points that I was going to just highlight for members of council. As Gord has indicated and as Councillor Sakachi has alluded to, the degree of advocacy and awareness to our colleagues at the federal and provincial governments are going to be significant and require some additional efforts. However, they may look on a go-forward basis, not to take,
right now.
not to take anything away from the efforts of the past, but obviously they haven't generated the outcomes and the results that we would like to see on a more equitable revenue sharing basis, particularly given some of the unique characteristics and issues that Chatham-Kent faces as it relates to the municipal drains, a significant component of the overall drainage system in Ontario, the bridges and culverts. Keeping in mind that every municipality is advocating and lobbying, and they're all making their best arguments for a greater share of provincial funding. But as the CFO indicated, the process in terms of equity is serving a purpose, but it's not ideal. And I would suggest that it's not ideal for all municipalities that could make an argument that they don't feel they're getting adequate funding. However, that should not preclude us from continuing our efforts, particularly with the introduction of a new government with new cabinet to be announced, and most importantly, having local membership at the table and in cabinet. Hopefully that will continue, and that will allow us to continue to make those representations provincially. And of course, those would then go up to the federal officials as well. So I would encourage council to continue to support those advocacy efforts, and in hopes that over time, raising awareness to the issues that Chatham-Kent faces, and recognizing that there will be some competition all across Ontario for greater funding. It becomes a matter of how much and how big the pie is to be able for the province to divvy it up, because they're going to be hearing from all the other 443 municipalities for greater funding. But that doesn't take away from our efforts and how well we can deliver that message.
Councillor O'Shea, did you still have a question, or did you put your hand down?
No, I did not put my hand down. Yes, Your Worship, through you to Gord. Gord, what would 6% the increase be on our life cycle infrastructure funding?
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So I did detail some of that in the report. So it would, I believe it was equivalent to 2.1% of a tax increase. So about $3.5 million for the 6%, plus another $2.5 million approximately for the 1.5% ask. So in total is a 3.6% ask in the 2023 budget.
That's before any other item, correct? That's just
for capital only.
Just this. Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Pinsino, followed by Councillor McGrail.
Thank you, Worship. With inflation skyrocketing the way it is, this whole life cycle is going to be a moving scale, and I don't want to commit this kind of money to the next budget, the next council for that matter. It seems like every year at budget time, this is where we try to get some money back. But honestly, putting up 3.6% right now, committing that, I think that's not the right way to go at this point in time. I truly believe we're going to go into a recession sometime in the very near future. All the signs are there. Interest rates are rising. Inflation's out of control. I think every other municipality is in the same has the same problems anyway as what we're experiencing. And I'd hate to see ourselves get caught up in committing too much money. I would suggest that we're probably in better shape than a lot of the municipalities out there, even though we have more bridges, we have more geographic area to cover with roads and infrastructure. I can't commit to this kind of money for the next council to deal with. Anyway, thank you.
Mayor Caniff, can I just comment on one part of that?
Certainly, Gord.
So I understand the point of there could be a recession coming, and of course council can always react at budget times. You know, a good example was COVID, right? Like we had to react, and you know, in fact, we drastically cut our inflation ask for infrastructure in our 2021 budget because of COVID, for example. But we've also, council also cut the inflation ask in the non-recession, non-COVID years of 2018, 19, and 20 budgets that were deliberated as well. So I think that's a risk that you know, council has to face itself, is that cutting the infrastructure inflation budget to meet a targeted level of tax increases in the good times comes back to bite you too. And sometimes we go into these budgets saying, well, this is the worst budget we've had in the last 20 years. And we repeat that every time. And yet we've had several great years in Chatham-Kent with great growth. And I just want to make that comment, is that we need to be careful in only breaking this type of policy for the exceptions. And of course, if there was a recession like that hit in 2008 with 15% unemployment and that type of catastrophe, of course, council would have to adjust this to an appropriate level.
Councilor McGrail.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. My question is, can we commit the next council to this at this point?
So that's a yes and no answer. Sorry. Of course, we are moving to multi-year budgets, so that do go into the first term of the following councils as we move into the future. So the next council will be committing, even though there's an election in October of 2026, they will be committing that council to the 2027 part of the multi-year budget. So and that happens across Ontario with several municipalities that now have moved to the multi-year process. So yes, you can. However, it always will be up to those budget deliberations to make the final call. So the next council, we're asking this to be the recommendation that gets put into the budget, but the 2023 council is dealing with just a 1-year annual budget, and we'll have the final say on whether this goes through.
Okay, thank you.
I see no other questions, Gord. I have a couple just for you. Just again, to clarify what you just said, that this is a guideline that you use to set the 2023 budget, the 1.5% for life cycle and 6% inflation. But 2023 council will have full ability to adjust that as we have every year, correct? I know you're not recommending it, but we would have that option, just to clarify. I know you've kind of said it in numerous ways, but just to clarify for everyone listening.
The short answer is you're correct. The long answer is that I highly recommend that.
Exactly, yes.
That we just approve the capital budget as presented.
And secondly, if I'm hopeful, not if, when we're successful getting additional money from the federal and or provincial governments for infrastructure, that will reduce this requirement, correct?
Yeah, so that is another good direction that the provincial government has taken over the last, well, at least the last 4 years, where they have committed to providing the funding announcements earlier in the year. So hopefully by the end of October, we actually know what we're getting for the following year for the OCIF funds. And that really helps us, you know, for example, if that $10 million cap was lifted, and I know in their budget, they committed to $200 million more funding across the province. Maybe that does mean $2 or $3 million more funding that will go against this target and make it easier for Chatham-Kent taxpayers.
So yes, so that's again going back to why you're talking how important it is that the federal provincial government step up, because we're looking at this, and as Councillor Pinsnow says, this is a crazy amount, and we all agree that this is a large number, but we need the federal provincial governments to step in, which would reduce this number significantly if we got, for instance, that 18 million versus the 10. So seeing no other questions, we'll put this to vote, and we're going to vote on one at a time. So we'll vote on item number 1 to start.
Just waiting for one more, Council. There we go. All votes are in. Motion passes 18-0. Going on number 2. All votes are in. Motion passes 13-5. And number 3. All votes are in. Motion passes 10-8. And number 4. All votes are in. Motion passes 17-1. And the final one, number 5. All votes are in. Motion passes 14-4.
Okay, we'll move on to item 16, infrastructure and engineering services.
16C, Inter-County Baseball League Team Proposal.
Councillor Kirkwood-White and Councillor Sakachi, can I get you to move this, please?
So moved, Your Honor. That was new, wasn't it?
It's a new one, yes.
Like that?
You didn't call me Burgermeister, though. Councillor Sakachi?
Happy to second that, Mayor Caniff.
Okay, Councillor Kirkwood-White, you had a question, comment, and then Councillor Sakachi.
Yes, please. Thank you. Some time ago, pre-COVID, my Rotary Club, that's the club that meets at noon on Wednesdays here in Chatham, was made aware of this proposal. So having been previously approached and given our club's healthy contributions to the Fergie Jenkins Field and Rotary Park at the corner of Queen and Tweedsmuir, it is safe to say that our Rotary Club would be interested in exploring a partnership opportunity in some capacity with the Inter-County Baseball League and learning more about how we might be able to help add Chatham-Kent to the existing 8 teams. So if Chris T-Bear, assuming the recommendation passes, would like to reach out to me, I'm happy to make some suggestions for him.
Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I did want to comment prior to hearing Mr. Chakowski's deputation. I guess my brief comment is it's exciting to have this potential, in our community. I just wanted to ensure that, Mr. Pollock, as well as the team, definitely, continue to consult with the, Chatham Minor Baseball. I know that, with the Rotary Club doing a lot of work in that park, I also know how much time an investment Chatham Minor Baseball and the Chatham Diamonds have put into improving baseball in our community. So I just want to ensure that and as I heard by Mr. Pollack when I spoke to him today, that was going to be the possibility. So I just want to ensure that it's kind of like a team effort approach, and I'm looking forward to seeing us kind of laminating the importance of baseball in our community, and looking forward to the next level of discussions.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I do have a couple of questions here. First off, I'd like to understand the approval process. Number one there, to my mind, it looks like the way it's written, council won't see this for a final approval. This is going to be the only time we see this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's Rob Pollock, the Director of Parks, Recreation, Cemeteries. I can answer this question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Thompson, for the question. And we would bring this back at the budget, and for any capital life cycle and operating costs that would be incurred for them coming to play at in Chatham, that would have to be approved at the 2023 budget. So we wouldn't be able to finalize the agreement unless it was approved at the 2023 budget process.
Okay, that doesn't help me really. What would happen if the GM of Infrastructure and Engineering Services negotiated and entered into a multi-year agreement at the approval of the agreement of the Director of Legal Services that council didn't like? We would never know what that agreement was until it was practically signed and sealed.
Mr. Mayor, it's Ryan Brown, Acting General Manager of Infrastructure and Engineering. If you read on page 2 of the report, it does say that the General Manager will not execute the agreement until item 2 on the recommendation is implemented. So kind of the challenge with this is it's going to be a complicated negotiation to discuss timing with our other user groups, costs involved, all of the things. It's going to be a kind of a complicated negotiation, but it does say in the report, we will not execute the agreement. The point is to negotiate, to finalize the costs, put those costs into the budget, and then when council passes the 2023 budget, if this is in there, it would be executed. And the reason for this report tonight is to really get council's blessing to move forward with an honest negotiation with this group.
Okay, that I understand that. It does trouble me a little bit. It seems to be putting the cart before the horse on that side of things. And I can see a world where the next council basically has this approved agreement and is kind of, I won't say coerced, but is left with Kobayashi Maru, an unwinnable situation, because we've got an agreement, but we agreed to it without knowing what the costs were, and then we have to discuss it. I'm uncomfortable with that at the very least. And when we talk about those costs that are deferred into the 2023 budget, there is a line item in the report, $75,000, which I can understand, but when it talks about operating costs, what sort of operating costs could we potentially be looking at here? Are we going to be subsidizing this team to play in Chatham?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's Rob Paul again. So those all have to be determined on what is needed for them to come and play. So there could be increased staffing for cleaning of the facility because there's more people there. There could would most likely be increased garbage removal, and there might be other requests that they would be requesting as well. And we haven't determined what they would be paying in return for the usage of the facility and the services. So that's what we'd bring back of the operating costs increased for us, and then any revenue generated from them renting the use of the field as well.
Okay. Also in the report, it made mention that the IBL will want to sell sponsorship for various items within Fergie Jenkins Park. And then, presumably that money goes straight to them. Do we offer that to any other user groups in our arenas?
At this time, we do not. But those need to be discussed too. That's something that they have been requesting. So when we negotiate, we can negotiate that. And if it's in certain situations, it's not just them being able to advertise. We could put advertisings as well, but at their games, when they're hosting games or events, they could have advertisings there as well. And that's what that's talking about there. But we do not offer that for anyone else. Like for say, like the Maroons, they could have advertising in game when they have their games, but nothing that would stay there permanently. So,
and that's what I was driving at. Thank you very much. Just a couple of comments here. When I read the report, I can understand there's definitely some excitement from certain demographics. Everybody likes to see a new shiny thing come to our community. But I think this is very niche and a nice to have sort of thing. And in this very same meeting, we're going to be talking about fundamentally altering or potentially closing a core service in rural communities. And I have a hard time getting that to jive together when I agree with Councillor Pinsino. I think we're heading toward a pretty hard recession. When you read the latest report, expecting housing prices to drop by almost half in Chatham-Kent over the next year. That really concerns me. And it concerns me that we're going to enter into agreement without knowing the costs and then decide the costs afterwards to give a go. So I think Mr. Quinton laid bare our asset management issue. I agree with Councillor Solomon, who talked about core services. And as exciting, as interesting as this could potentially be, I think we do need to focus on a core service that we'll be discussing potentially tonight or maybe next Monday. And I don't see this being a core service that, frankly, you can really afford at this point. I understand there's potentially tourism dollars or whatnot, but I also recognize that cities like Stratford, St. Thomas, and Burlington couldn't make a team work. And they're centrally located to this league. And to be honest, we're on the outskirts. So I don't know how many people will be coming from Barrie to see a game down here in Chatham-Kent. So I can't support it, though I do appreciate the excitement that some may have for it. Thank you.
Tony, did you have a comment before I go to Councillor McGregor? I saw your hand up.
I did have my hand up, Your Worship, but I think in respect of council, I'll wait and hear all of the comments before offering mine.
Okay, Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I just wanted to clarify, Ryan, you had pointed out that this agreement wouldn't be enacted until a decision was made at the 2023 budget. So am I right in assuming that, that's to work out all the costs that would be involved? We'd have a better idea at that point, and that no, binding agreement would be entered in until that decision was made by a new council at that time?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's correct. And part of the reason for this approach and these recommendations tonight is that this is going to be a quite labor-intensive negotiation to discuss all the pieces that Rob was mentioning. And so that's why we're kind of in front of you tonight to decide, do we want to commit all the resources to entering into a multifaceted agreement, or if there's not a will, to let us know now, and out of respect for Chatham-Kent staff time and the Inter-County Baseball League's time. So that's kind of where before you tonight, and to negotiate all the details, which, as Rob said, is not only operational costs, capital costs, revenue sharing, all those details, so that would all be presented in 2023. And if approved, then the actual legal agreement could be signed.
Appreciate that. And I think that it's the right process to make sure we have all that information before anyone's making a final decision, and the new council will have that opportunity. So I think that, in light of this being a very interesting opportunity, something that increases use of an asset, something that brings excitement to a community, no different than junior hockey, no different than some of the other things that certainly don't fully cost recover at the municipality. I think that we need to know those details, or the next council needs to know those details and make that decision. So, I'm happy that this opportunity tonight will allow us to move in that direction and provide the next council with all that information so that they can investigate the opportunity and make a decision at that point. And I'm in support of these recommendations tonight for that reason.
Okay, Councillor Kirkwood-White, I'll give you the final words.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just wondering if the 3 words "and enter into" were removed from the recommendation, that we negotiate but not enter into might help with some of the challenges we're discussing here. And I'd like to hear back from those that might be able to reconsider.
I guess that's me. It helps a little bit. Yeah.
You know, if all we're doing now is negotiating and not entering into until we get all the details, I would be happy to revise the recommendation to remove those 3 words.
Okay, so Councillor Kirkwood-White, you would like to take that out. Councillor Sakachi, are you good with taking out those 3 words?
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. The premise to me is the same, either or, so I'm completely fine with how either motion's wrote. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll modify that, and I notice Tony has his hand up. So Councillor Kirkwood-White, when you're done speaking, I'll allow Tony to make some comments, and then we'll put it to vote.
Thank you. That's all I have to say at this point. Thank you.
Okay, Tony, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. What you've heard has merit on both sides of the equation for this proposal. There's obviously some timelines that need to be taken into consideration, and if we're authorized to negotiate but not enter into an agreement, that is fine. I would suggest that it might defer an actual startup until the summer of 2024 to allow, depending on when the final decision is made by council, to allow the team to do whatever planning is required, and also to allow the municipality to make the necessary arrangements and acquisition of equipment that would be required to support this type of activity should it go forward. But we can move ahead at the desire of council.
All right, seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Just waiting for one more, council. All votes are in. Motion passes 14-3.
We'll move to item 17, corporate services.
17B, diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice strategy, update number 2.
And Councillor Kirkwood-White, you had a question.
No question, just a comment. I want to express my thanks to Rebecca and Amrit for preparing the information report and for the significant amount of work that has been undertaken in a very short period of time. I'm taking another opportunity to make a shameless plug for the Rotary Club in Chatham-Kent for their efforts in establishing a DEIJ committee as well. And I want to say thanks to Rebecca and Amrit for making a presentation to our club. They continue to share information that is helpful, not only for the municipal council members and employees who step forward to assist with the development of this strategy, but for others like local Rotarians who have also benefited thus far. So just a sincere thank you to the team and the tremendous amount of work that's already been done. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll move on to item 18, community development.
18F, Uncle Tom's Road name change to Freedom Road.
Yes, can I get a mover and a seconder, please, for this before we get started? Councillor B. McGregor and Councillor McGrail.
Happy to move it.
Yep, I'll put it on the floor.
Okay, with that, I've got some questions starting with Councillor McGrail, and then I've got Councillor Wright and Councillor Foss.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Kenneth. My questions are, I think we need to review who asked for this name change first, because I've seen a lot of comments on certain platforms, and I think we need to understand how this came about and this request came about. And then how many people do live on that road currently?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. This is Ryan Jocks, Director of Planning Services. The request came from the province of Ontario through an agency of the Ministry of Culture, being the Ontario Heritage Trust. The Ontario Heritage Trust owns the Uncle Tom's Cabin site in trust for all the people of Ontario as a historical site in Ontario. I estimated 7 people live on Uncle Tom's Road. Or 7 households, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wright, followed by Councillor Foss.
Thank you, Mayor Canna. I got to speak on this because 8 years ago, they changed the name of the road in front of my shop. We're still dealing with it every week, because the GPSs can't change the names. You can go on the GPS today yet, punch my address in, and half of them will have it and half of them won't. Staff can't go on, we can't change GPSs. Anything that's made with the GPS on it now will not notify that road. So 2 years from now, somebody punches in that road, they're not gonna be able to find it. It's quite a challenge for us here at the shop. You have to tell everybody where it is and punch in the old GPS number and it'll work. And there's no way until a GPS is uploaded with new data that it can be changed. So any car or anything that's out there now will not recognize the name change. It just, it don't come up. There'll be people will be wanting to go to Uncle Tom's Cabin. They won't be able to find it. And when you do change the name, you have to change your license, insurance, health card, bank notes, post office. I ended up paying to have my deed, name changed on my deed. It was quite an ordeal. I don't know. We should look at this and see what staff can do to make sure that they're going to be able to find this road. Thank you.
Councillor Foss, followed by Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you, Worship. I guess I understand the reasoning why they want to do this, but I guess, is that going to alter the history that we've been known to enjoy? Are they going to change the name of the cabin to something else? Are they going to discontinue or ban the book from being located at Uncle Tom's Cabin? I guess when we get this report on a Wednesday and with everything else going on, not really having an opportunity to get the proper feedback, because I would certainly like to have talked to maybe Stephen Cook at the cabin to see what impact this whole thing has, because it's bigger than just a road change. So I'm not sure, Ryan, if you can shine a different light on all that that I'm sort of looking at here.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So the museum site is planning on changing the name of the site, and I purposely left it out of the report in order to leave the announcement of that to the Ontario Heritage Trust and the site, and this report was strictly on the road name. Understand that it would be a change. I think my only comment is that With the museum changing its name for the reasons stated in the report, I believe it is beneficial if the municipality follows suit for the same reasons as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess in my opinion, and I understand that there's a timeline because they want to have it changed before Emancipation Day, but I'm a bit confused, I guess, and I understand, the racism part of that, but it's still a big part of our history, I guess, and the impact that it could have on tourism, because people might not connect the dots as to where Josiah Henson, and he's the main person there type thing, but I'm not just sure what the next steps are, but I guess I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Councillor B. McGregor, followed by Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Yeah, I really appreciate that, this is being done in response to the Ontario Heritage Trust efforts, and obviously in light of the renaming of the historical site, it makes an awful lot of sense to me. And I think that when we have an opportunity to revise and do things a little bit differently, we should do that. I remember as a kid when the 6th concession became Everett's Line and the 7th concession became Brook Line, and all that went relatively smoothly, and those were transitions that needed to happen, and we all dealt with. And I think that this is a meaningful step and an important step. And did have some questions today from some individuals regarding this type of process when there might be a road that was named with all good intention, but at a later time it's discovered might be named after someone that we maybe shouldn't have a road named after, and how they might go about starting that process. So I'm not sure who that question would go to, but it is something that I've now heard in the community. So just wanted to give a heads up that is something that we may have to deal with in the future, I think. Thank you.
Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Just a really brief question to Ryan. Ryan, just curious to see, I appreciate reading the report and understanding, the fulsomeness to it. My quick question is that we have such a rich culture in our community with individuals that display all types of effort and support in this regard. And I just was curious why, when there was something like this, why there was no consultation, with other groups in our area that dedicate so much time and effort into these types of things, and how it was kind of, not as local as I would have thought with any consultation. So I will definitely support this, but I thought there might be a little bit more comments from some of our local ambassadors in the report. And I'm just curious to see if they were even contacted on this aspect. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Chatham-Kent has not undertaken any consultation to this point. Council's direction in this report, we would consult the affected neighbors at this site. If council had other groups in mind regarding the proposed road name change, we could add those groups or individuals to an engagement.
Thank you, Ryan. I guess that's not for me to say. I haven't heard anything in the community. I just we have several museums in the area that put all types of time and effort in this matter, and I just thought maybe with the report there would be some type of consultation to hear their opinions, because obviously it's extremely valuable, especially the role that they play in making this these types of historical sites known and educating the public. And I was just curious to see why they weren't consulted, but I appreciate this having to support this, and I think it's with good intention. But like I said, I just wish I would have seen some local historians contacted to see what their thoughts on it was. Thank you.
Councillor Bondi, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor Camps. Yeah, more of a comment, I guess. That the actual cabin itself is going to undergo a name change. I think that does kind of change things a little bit from a road change to a name change of one of our if not our most famous historical site in Chatham-Kent. I guess I'm okay with this. But, there's a part of me that just sees, revisionist history happening, political correctness. I understand the term Uncle Tom. I listen to a lot of American stuff, and I get it. I know where that comes from. But I feel, if we rename everything that might have a negative connotation, we're going to be endlessly renaming a lot of things. And I guess my feeling is just when I see this happen across the country and across North America, for that matter, I wonder, where do we stop? What's next? I don't know. Orville Wright Poole, was Orville Wright a bad guy? I don't know. He seemed like probably a pretty good guy to me. There's always going to be somebody that's going to say, So I just hope this doesn't go any further, because, if we endlessly rename things to, not bland names, but, some sort of name that offends nobody ever, freedom probably wouldn't offend too many people. I just feel it's a slippery slope sometimes. This one's probably appropriate, but that's my comment, is that I hope this doesn't set a precedent that, we rename St. Clair Street, because, geez, it's got Satan in front of it, So I'm just cautious with this sort of thing, because we've only seen this really happening in the last 4 or 5 years, I guess. The renaming of McDonald Hall in Windsor, Ryerson University. It seems like, this could never end, and we could end up with street A, B, C, D, as long as that doesn't offend anybody. So I'm going to support this, because I do get it in this circumstance. I do feel we're going to be at a loss, further to what Councillor Wright said, as far as the GPS thing, and that's geography. But I think, Uncle Tom's historical site is very well known throughout Midwestern America, and certainly in Canada. And to change the name, I think tourism is going to have a challenge with the rebranding of this thing, or this site, this historical gem that we have, the Underground Railroad. Holy, not many people can claim that kind of a historical significance. And to rename it, geez, it's going to be a challenge for tourism, but I will support it. I just hope we're cautious. Well, again, it's not us. It's the Ontario Heritage Trust that's made this call, but, we're obviously the final approval. So again, just cautious that we don't go too far in this thing. Thank you, Mayor Kennedy.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 11-7.
We'll go to item 19, Chief Administrative Office.
19A, Together CK Core Grant Program 2022 to 2025 funding recommendations.
Councillor Kirkwood White and Councillor Crew, can I get you to move this, please?
So moved.
Second.
And Councillor Kirkwood White, you had a question, comment?
Yes. Question to Amy through you, Your Worship. Amy, could you please explain the difference between the core grant program and the annual grant program that the municipality supports, and how the composition of the review committees differ? I'd also like to know how much money was available for distribution. And can you also highlight in general the reasons or rationale for why some organizations did not receive their full requests? Thank you for the opportunity to chat with you about this today, and I think you have something that you want to share at the outset of your remarks.
And thank you, Councillor Kirkwood White, for your questions. And yes, there is a clarification I need to provide on page 3 of the report in the table. There were an error on item 11, item 13, and item 16, the 3 museums. In the column for ask, it references 17,500 when it should be 25,000 for each of those. You had numerous questions there. So the first, you had asked for just a brief summary as to the difference in the Together CK grant programs of the annual versus the core grant. So the annual, as the name dictates, it is for 1 year, providing funding to an organization that's successful for 1 year for either an event or a community project. A community project being something like renovation to a washroom to be accessible, or renovations to, say, in the past, we've done some senior center renovations. In addition, where annual gives you 1 year funding, core grant gives you 4 years of funding. An additional difference is annual, the Together CK event or community project does not provide funds for salaries, whereas the core grant program, the 4-year program, provides funding for operating expenses, which does allow for those funds to cover salaries. The budget for the Together CK core grant program is $347,000. You had asked about the composition of the review committee for the Together CK 4-year program. The review committee is composed of municipal staff, and those are listed on page 4, where we chose individuals from a variety of the municipal departments so that all areas of business units would be covered during the deliberations. And I believe you also wanted to know how was the recommendations, the asks came about. So the review committee, their responsibility is to review the applications and to evaluate them based on a number of questions. Those questions were shared with council and the public in a previous information report regarding Together grant program. The review committee reviewed the applications on their own and submitted their scoring to me, where we did the average. And then what you see on page 3 in that table is the listing of the organizations that applied in order of highest score. So we had 19 applications, so all 19 are recommended. Because we only had the $347,000 and the ask is over 400, the review committee decided that to be consistent with their scoring and what the responsibility that had been allocated to them, that they would allocate funds to the highest groups first, moving downwards in that list. So the first 5 received 100% of their ask, the next 5, 80%, the next few were 70%, and the bottom 3 were 50% of their ask.
Great. Thanks very much. I appreciate the explanation.
You're welcome.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 18-0.
So with that, now we will go back to item 17A, and we will start with the reading of the deputations. And at 9:30, we will assess where we're at and either seek an extension or just finish, put a hold on item 17A and move on with the rest of the agenda and have a second meeting on next Monday. Councillor Solomon, followed by Councillor Bondi.
Thank you, Worship. I'm just wondering, is there any reason that we can't do the first, second, and third readings of the bylaws?
Mr. Mayor, part of the bylaw passing is the final confirming bylaw of all the items that we dealt with this evening, and so this would have to be part of that.
We won't finish it this evening.
Still a portion of what we're dealing with now, but I think that's why the mayor had indicated that we'll stop at 9:30 and give ourselves the last 15 minutes to do that.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Bondi.
Thank you, Mayor Camp. Could I make this notice of motion just so that, like, there's people listening, waiting to hear this, rather than, not that the deputations are not important, but I think you understand what I'm saying. Like, it'll take a minute. Like, it's.
Yeah, we've approved this would be another adjustment to the agenda. So I would like to do that, but then that opens the door for any time somebody else wants to do something out of order from the agenda, because that's where we said it was 17A. But it will be read at 9:30, or we will finalize it. You will be able to do your notice of motion tonight, Councillor Bondi.
But it might be at 11:30 if we extend.
No, we first off, we can't go past 11, but I anticipate that we will have a Monday night meeting next Monday. So we'll see, but we'll need to get on with that. But at 9:30, you'll have that opportunity to do your notice of motion.
Okay, 9:30 is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we will go to 17A, Service Review Customer Service. As council is aware, we have received 105 deputations this evening with regards to this report. I have sent 3 emails out to council throughout the day as I was receiving them. So you were receiving them as I was getting them. This evening, we have bunched them together to try to make it as efficient as possible. So some that are very, very short, I'll be reading in groups just to try to go through them. So you will see that we are likely not following the names that you've received in the emails earlier, is what I'm saying. So I will start. This first deputation is from Sharon Cook, Cox Line, Merlin. How distressing to hear that the Tilbury Service Center might close. Why? A great inconvenience to senior citizens, especially if this happens. A lot of us like person-to-person contact when paying bills, seeking information, etc. Chatham-Kent already does a poor job at interaction with taxpayers by relying on social media only for connection. Newspapers used to carry council highlights of meetings. Now, unless you're on Facebook, there's no knowledge of what council is doing. Keeping the service centers open at least provides us a way with contacting a real person when needed. Keep it open. The next one is from Daryl Zach. I'm totally against anything that is getting closed into Wheatley. Seems that Wheatley doesn't get too much like the city of Chatham. Only thing we seem to get is property taxes. The next one is from Marcia Kennedy in Wheatley. I strongly support keeping both these centers open. So many seniors, myself included, use both regularly. It has been tough over the pandemic and the explosion, finding a way to talk to CK staff. To permanently close them would be a great disservice to the folks in South Chatham-Kent. Nobody wants to drive those miserable highways in the winter. Upcoming construction will make it even worse. Thanks for your time. The next one is from Mark and Anne-Marie Beausoleil. My family and I are against closing the smaller municipal offices around Chatham-Kent. This is just another sign that forced amalgamation should never have taken place. Rural and small town areas are going to be the ones sacrificing for the city of Chatham. There are so many reasons for these closures not to take place, especially when dealing with the elderly, disabled, the price of fuel, as well as those who don't drive and only have one car that is used to go to work and is not available to drive to Chatham during business hours. The next one is from Anna Maynard. Regarding tonight's council meeting reviewing the possible closure of municipal offices in some towns, I want council to know that I am opposed to this decision. The smaller communities are experiencing growth with new housing, and more people are moving into these small towns. They need to be able to access local services that are convenient and timely to use. Do not close these offices for savings of $173,000. Find efficiency somewhere else. The next one is from Dawn and Dale Durkins. We would like the help center service to remain at the Wheatley Library. The next one is from Janelle Livingstone. To whom it may concern, Removal of the service center at the Wheatley Library is unacceptable. The elderly people of this community rely on it for help continuously. Making them drive to Tilbury would be trouble enough, but a trip to Chatham would be unfair. My parents do not use the internet or hear well on the phone. They prefer in person. Keep the services in Wheatley. The next one is from Joy Davis in Tilbury. We have many seniors in Tilbury who do not have internet. They would have to drive to Chatham for services from Chatham-Kent. I think you are trying to close all the towns in Chatham-Kent. It is very sad if we lose this service. Joy and Brian Davis. The next one is from Patricia Moss. Closing of Tilbury Town Office and Wheatley Library and Help Center. Why? Our little towns need these amenities. I especially can't understand that the powers that be would do this to Wheatley when they are already struggling with the devastation in their town. I was told I could put in a deputation, and here it is. Sandra Tatro in Tilbury. This is exactly what everyone would happen after amalgamation. Please leave the offices open. There are many seniors that are not computer literate. This is a disturbing trend. Sandra Tatro. Pass it over to Meredith.
I'm going to read a group of 5 deputations. The first one is from Henry Miller from Maple Mutual Insurance. We have been aware that there is a proposal that would effectively close the Dresden Service Ontario. Maple Mutual is not in favor of this, as having a local office is great convenience for many of our local customers. In the insurance business, our local customers are in regular need of vehicle registrations and many other services offered at this location. We also feel that this location helps make Dresden a vital and vibrant commercial center, and we would like to see it remain so. Please take this into consideration when deciding the fate of the Dresden Service Ontario office. Regards, Henry Miller, Maple Mutual Insurance. The next deputation is from Sarah Meredith. Once again, the residents of Dresden feel neglected on hearing the news that our beloved town hall and service center is in jeopardy of closing. As a longtime resident of Dresden and an elderly mother and mother-in-law who use this facility, I am saddened and upset that this is being considered. Dresden is a vibrant community that is growing and attracting many new residents to town, many of whom are elderly retirees who would benefit from this hub of information. I cannot believe that this facility is the only one in the municipality that is not making a profit. Perhaps we should look at the Bradley Center or Capitol Theatre to compare. We understand that there is only a small part of the municipality, but we are asking for this to be treated fairly like all other small communities in CK. We take pride in our town hall and hope it will be the cornerstone of our community for many years to come. Sincerely, Sarah Meredith. The next deputation is from Barb McCachran. I am writing to voice my concern over the probable closing of Dresden's municipal office. The COVID pandemic has affected many citizens and businesses, including the town office. We are now just starting to get back to normal, and the city wants to close down one of Dresden's historical buildings. It is a Dresden landmark. Having the municipal office makes life easier for those of us who live here. Renewing licenses, dog tags, permits, gathering information, and more is very simple to do when we have an office in town. Not everyone, especially the elderly, wish to drive to another town or do online. Why is it that it is always the small towns that have to do the suffering? Dresden already lost the casino. Time to open up our municipal office without requiring an appointment and get back to life as normal. Barbara McCachran. The next deputation is from Sarah Pegg. Please do not let Chatham win on this one. We need the municipal office in Dresden. Object is very serious to this service being taken from Dresden. And the final one I'll read for now is from Randy Luckham. I would like to add my voice to those who are concerned for the future of Dresden's municipal center and its function and identity. Like our schools, our post office, our library, our banks, our doctor's office, and our pharmacy, and a municipal center in a small town is an essential service and a core part of what makes a community a community. Please do not take that away from us in the name of saving money. Please explore additional financial solutions so that we can maintain the core in our downtown core. Sincerely, Randy Luckham. And I'll pass it over to Kathy.
This first deputation is from Brittany Ford. Hi, I own a salon and spa, Expressions, right across the street from the town hall in Dresden. We here at Expressions would be so sad to see the doors close at Town Hall. It's been a struggle these past few years, and seeing another building on the cutting block would be a shame. Every single day, my salon and spa have clients here walking in the door. Not only are they getting services done at my shop, when I ask my clients what they are up to, a lot of them are going to the town hall every single day, with then to the grocery store, out for lunch, and so on. We are a farming community and outdoors country community. It will be such a shame to see doors close. It's a domino effect. You take away the town hall, you take away from other businesses as well, and local farmers as well. It's such a shame. All the small town gets cut, and we contribute our fees as a businesses, along with the convenience to our local residents, along with local jobs and another empty building in the town. So sad. You take away the town hall, you take away from the town businesses, then the businesses struggle, then we have to close our doors in time, then municipality loses out on our business money. You close the town hall, then our local community, they leave the town as it's no longer convenient to do errands in Dresden, then we all get the effect. It's common sense, really. It's definitely getting harder out in the world and would be a shame to see the doors shut. Maybe make it a walk-in again and more convenient. To make more people as convenient is best. Want to use the town hall, but we do not believe shutting the doors is the best solution. Thanks, Brittany Ford. The next deputation is by Cindy Brewer. Dresden. Just saying the name of our town invokes local pride in our residents, and we have worked tremendously hard to shine our light in the municipality so others would feel the same positive energy. The news of the possible closure of our town hall is a devastating blow. While I completely support the proposal to create an amazing new facility in Chatham, I am concerned for our aging residents who would be seemingly pushed aside to make way for great new landmark. Please consider deferring this matter to allow time for our community-minded residents to join the conversation and find creative alternatives to this matter. Many of our supporters have no idea that the possibility of closing our town hall exists and will undoubtedly feel blindsided and betrayed by council if not given this opportunity. Yours truly, Cindy Brewer. This next deputation is by Karen Melton. When I first heard of the removal of in-person services and eventually the sale of the town hall in Dresden, I was shocked. Shocked to think that the municipality would think of removing the one thing that represents us in our town. I have been a business person in Dresden for over 30 years, and I am also an active member of the Dresden Rotary Club, the Catherine McBean IODE, and the Dresden and District Horticultural Society. To say I am a Dresden proud is putting it lightly. I am a real estate representative with Riverside Realty in Wallaceburg, but since I live in Dresden, I consider Dresden my home base. I have listed and sold many homes in Dresden, and recently many buyers have been from the larger cities, moving to our small community. The one thing I tell everyone moving, go to our town hall. They can help out with everything, from garbage pickup, property taxes, to maps of the area. Being a business person, I get it. It is a large building that is housing a Service Canada and an in-person municipal office. With all the changes, it is likely being used less and less. But to remove it from our community means we lose one more piece of our identity. Our property taxes have increased and now we lose. It seems very hard to understand. I am hoping you can find a way to keep the building and possibly utilize it a different way. Help us keep our town just the way it is. Thank you, Karen Melton, Sales Representative, Riverside Realty Inc. The last deputation I will read is from Tyler Olet on behalf of the Board of Directors from Dresden Side Streets Youth Center. We are very disheartened to read the recommendations of the Staff Service Review Committee regarding the potential removal of municipal and provincial services from Dresden and the divestment of our iconic clock tower landmark. Side Streets Youth Center is a charitable organization in Dresden dedicated to providing youth with a safe and enjoyable environment in which they have opportunities to learn and grow into positive, productive, and motivated young adults. Over the last few years, our downtown core has been going through major revitalization efforts, spearheaded by many local groups and volunteer organizations. We strongly believe the removal of these services and the sale of this landmark will negatively affect the progress that has been made. The town hall building is the heart of our town, and we strongly believe that it should remain in public ownership. This historic building is deeply rooted in the town of Dresden. It is part of our identity and instills civic pride in the townspeople. We believe that this building and the services it offers is very important to the citizens of Dresden today, as well as our youth living in the community in the future. Having local access to these services and the public ownership of this building is a key component for our town to continue to grow and flourish. We respectfully ask you to reject the recommendations that are being presented tonight and consider the long-term impacts that the divestment of this building will have on our vibrant downtown core. Sincerely, Tyler Olette. And I will now pass it back to Judy.
Thank you. This next deputation is from Sarah Faubert. This morning, I was advised of a potential decision that would remove centers in Wheatley and Tilbury. This email is to advise of my support to keep service locations in both Tilbury and Wheatley. Both communities serve older adults and folks who have accessibility concerns, which would make driving outside of town to access these services that they are entitled to quite difficult. I hope the decision will be made to keep both locations. The next deputation is from Carolyn Winsler. Please keep the Help Center in Wheatley open. There are still so many Wheatley residents that need this service, including seniors. Put your budget cuts elsewhere. You need to keep supporting us Wheatley residents. We are in your jurisdiction, whether you know how to get to Wheatley or not. This entire process with the explosion has been just one prime example of failure to all agencies and governments involved. The next deputation is from Adina Riom. I have heard that Chatham-Kent is thinking of closing its services and office in Tilbury. I really hope this is not true. The services of local offices provides are necessary for a small town and a small town life. The next deputation is from Judy Jameson. This is to state that we should not be closing the Wheatley Service Center at the Wheatley Library. We have so few amenities in Wheatley now, and as it is, and a help center was used a fair amount of time prior to COVID. We are a forgotten part of Chatham-Kent, and no one seems to care. Driving 3/4 of an hour to Chatham is not an option. We do not want to see this service closed. The next deputation is from Debbie Dagnew. I'm putting in a deputation. I do not want to see any of our services areas to close. I am totally against losing any service for the people of our communities. We are a small town, and it's important to have local offices available to us. Tilbury needs these service places. The next deputation is from Tracy Shaw. I'm appalled that the municipality of Chatham-Kent is considering closing the Municipal Service Center in Tilbury. I would like to go on record that I oppose this change as it will negatively impact our town. Many will not be able to access the service houses there if it moved out of the community. Please do not let this happen. The next deputation is from Andrea McKinley. I am in support of the Help Center remaining in Wheatley. Thank you. The next deputation is from Arlene Scorvas. I live in Wheatley and do not want to see the loss of another service for the residents. If this goes through, we will have to go to Chatham to get our answers. Enough already. We are a community and we are still reeling from the aftermath of the explosion. We do not need any more to disrupt our lives. The next one is from Anne-Marie Fleury. I am writing to you on behalf of my husband, son, and myself about the possibility of closing the Chatham-Kent office in Tilbury and the Help Center located in Wheatley. We are strongly opposed to this decision. Small communities rely on personal services that these locations offer. It's unfair to the citizens who reside and pay taxes in these locations. I hope that you'll take mine and many others' views on this when it's coming to make a decision. Thank you for your time. The next one is from Renee and Jordan Renier. As a resident of Tilbury, I do not want to see our municipal office in town close. Please keep it open and stop cutting services to our small community. And the last one, I am sending this email on behalf of the elders and the community members who would be most impacted by these changes. Small towns like Wheatley and Tilbury need service centers. Online options, services are not an option for some of the residents and elders, and closing the center would negatively impact those who affect the individuals the most. Although Chatham has a center available for residents of Tilbury and Wheatley, again, for some, this is not an option. Please consider the residents this would negatively impact such by the closures. And this is from Brianne Muner. I'll pass it over to Meredith.
The first deputation is from Megan Barnier. In concern of agenda item 17A involving the closing of municipal offices in our rural communities, I would like to jot that this is A, making our communities less accessible to those without vehicles who can't afford gas or bus tickets, those who can't get hours off work to drive across the country, and to the elderly who don't have the stamina to make an entire day trip for something that can now be managed close to home. B, creating less safe environments. You already have lineups in these larger offices, and we are wanting to crowd more people together. Yes, COVID may be ending. However, our population is aging. Even spreading colds and flus is putting more people at risk and ultimately continue to strain our local health services. C, unfair for what we pay for. How are you planning on compensating the rural communities for taking away our services that we currently pay taxes for? As you constantly move all services away from the rural communities, our taxes should be lowered respectively. Please don't forget the Kent part of Chatham-Kent and respect all of the people in our community. And the next deputation is from Jeff Verkuterin. As a Dresden resident and business owner, I am writing to voice my opposition to the possible closure of the Dresden Service Center. The services offered at this location are a vital connection between all the distinct communities that make up Chatham-Kent. They help to form a feeling of unity and inclusivity and help those smaller communities feel like they are part of the broader community. Without these locations, smaller communities will be isolated from vital services. The most impacted will be the elderly and those without access to transportation. Although I understand the importance of fiscal responsibility, but I am respectfully asking you to consider the impact to the taxpayers of these smaller communities. Let us know that we are an important part of Chatham-Kent community and your vision for the future. And the next deputation is from Francis Martin. Stop trying to close our town hall so that bigger centers can get everything. We are a growing community here in Dresden and we need our town hall as a symbol, if nothing else. Cut something from Chatham. The next deputation is from Pamela Smith. We would like to add our voice of support for the retention of our current level of services provided at the Dresden Town Hall and the keeping of the structure in the hands of the municipality. My wife and I are proud Dresden residents for 25 years. We identify with our town hall as the hub of our town, both geographically and literally. It is at Dresden's heart. Its bells, the skyline, located at the center of our town where people come to shop and socialize, all unique to Dresden's identity. This built our town heritage has immense value to us and our identity as a community. The structure is more than just bricks and mortar to those of us who live in Dresden. I challenge you to understand that this is not just about economic efficiency. The proposal to dissolve the current level of services in its current landmark location would create a disconnect. These services in this location provide an important physical shared sense of community that connects us all. The merits of having an in-person service at our rural hub, in addition to online portal access, cannot be underemphasized. I challenge you as stewards of our community to protect and give value to our built heritage and identify and continue equal and fair access to continued levels of services for rural residents. And the last deputation I'll read for now is for Linda Malott. Dresden's Town Hall provides much needed services to citizens of Dresden. No one should have to travel outside of their hometown to receive these services. Yes, I'm sure the urge has dropped in the last couple of years, but I'm sure it had everything to do with the pandemic and making appointments for services. Our town hall is a very unique building and sits proudly in the center of town with all its glory and history. It is often lit up to represent different celebrations and events of our community. Closing these town halls would only diversify Chatham-Kent. We should be proud of each and every town, village, and hamlet that makes up our municipality, and this pride should include providing services needed for each and every citizen in them. And I'll pass it over to Kathy.
This next deputation is by Brent and Mary Jane Mossop. I'm writing today to express my concern for the removal of services and possible sale of our town hall. As a longtime resident of this community, I would really like to see this proposal eliminated. As a rural community, We have many seniors that have no means of access in our and other communities to do the business that our municipal office offers. On paper, it may look easy. However, the reality is in just this one group, there are others, it is not that simple. Many do not have the internet or financial ability to pay to either take transit or have others take them. Also, our town hall, like many others, is the cornerstone of this community. If you have visited or followed us on social media, you would see that we have utilized its stature and its beauty to help not only beautify our town, but to help represent what this community stands for. We have invested time and money with lights that can be changed to support and educate people on diversity and inclusion. Most recently, the display represented our support of Juneteenth. The above are just a few examples of how our town values and utilizes this historic building. I ask that when you take this proposal to this evening's meeting, you take into consideration all of the above, as well as how these small rural communities have fought to stay afloat, especially during the pandemic. Striking us with another loss is unfathomable. Thank you for your time and consideration in this matter. Brent and Mary Jane Mossip. This next deputation is by Liz Kominick, President of the Dresden and District Horticultural Society. I'm writing on behalf of the Dresden and District Horticultural Society to express our disagreement with the proposed three-prong approach to improving customer service in Chatham-Kent. Our Horticultural Society is composed of volunteers who take great pride in beautifying our community for our local residents and to attract and engage visitors to shop and dine in town. We have invested in planter boxes which are permanently installed at the front of the town hall building and which are filled with flowers or greenery throughout the year. Why do we care to do this? It is a matter of civic pride that we feel with having a municipality-owned historical building in our community. It is a place to connect and create a welcoming and vibrant customer service experience for locals and visitors. Although not measured in financial dollars or in number of transactions, it drives economic development and benefits the whole of Chatham-Kent in attracting new business and new home building. The town hall is important for civic activities such as flag raising, recognitions, or other dedication gatherings. It is a hub for not only CK Municipal Services and Service Ontario, but a place that our citizens have rallied around with the development of the Four Corners Fountain, flower planters, trees, and shrubs, lights for our Dresden Shines festivities, logo for our BIA, and other initiatives which have been driven by volunteers. These actions exemplify the importance of this iconic historical building. It would be a major loss for all our volunteers to have this building divested and possibly be sold to an investor with goals not in line with our community or even torn down. Please do not curtail the enthusiasm and momentum of volunteers within our community working to revitalize our downtown. We ask that you look at this building as more than just a revenue generating source and consider the other benefits of having a municipal presence in our town. The present pairing of the municipal and Service Ontario is an excellent partnership. The local availability is important and a desirable feature of any community. The continuation of these two services and possibly making better use of the empty space within the building would be our and hopefully your final recommendation. Consultation with our local citizens should be welcome. Signed, Liz Kominick. My next and last deputation for right now is from Linda Weiss. In the 55 years that I have lived in Dresden, I have been actively involved in volunteer activities, mainly with the Dresden Horticultural Society, Dresden Rotary, and Catherine McVean Chapter IODE. As a volunteer, I use my time selectively, but spend about 40 hours per month with these organizations. Volunteering gives me satisfaction as well as work well done, but also allows me a sense of pride in the results of that work. Others see the work done and appreciate the time spent by Dresden's many volunteers. There is a sense of community pride in Dresden and also a realization that we are part of a regional municipality. It is a struggle to convince people that volunteering is a worthwhile activity when some say that you are doing work that the town should be doing. Volunteering supplements the work of the municipality and provides services that the municipality cannot or will not do. In general, I have received excellent support from Parks and Rec and Public Works, but each year it seems they are getting restraints put on them and these are handed down to the volunteers. Now I have to contact CK Info, where before I just slipped out to the arena and asked for the help or called them. Making it more difficult to be an effective volunteer is not a direction we want this municipality to follow. It is important to stress with residents that they are part of the whole, part of CK, and not a resident of Dresden only. It is critical that residents see a municipal presence in the town. If the service center in the town hall is closed, it will provide more opportunity for residents to talk in terms of them, the major centers, and us, the residents of Dresden. It also becomes an onerous process of calling or emailing CK Info. Before COVID, I could walk into the service center, ask the attendants for help with a task, and it was done. The necessity to go through the call center when you could just walk into the office and get what you needed does not make sense now. Those over 3,000 calls handled by the call center could have been handled by one employee in Dresden. Closing the service center in Dresden will do nothing to build a sense of community and will only reverse any progress that has been made. Yours sincerely, Linda Weiss. I'll pass it back over to Judy.
Thank you. This next deputation is from Mary Ham. Hi, I would like Wheatley Help Desk to stay. It is important to local residents. The next deputation is from John and Diane Blaovich. Instead of cutting back rural services such as the Tilbury Service Office, perhaps they should look at cutting back middle management or upper management salaries to save money. Regionalization of the area was supposed to lead to savings, and it seems to cause more closures of rural offices and tax increase each year. I think it's unfair to rural residents to burden the cost of taking care of the municipality by cutting back our services. We do not get a tax savings by doing this, so I hope with this in mind, you will reconsider not getting rid of these rural services. Thank you. The next deputation is from Michelle Bailey. We want the services to stay in Wheatley and Tilbury. Thank you. The next deputation is from Tracy Bachner. Please don't cut our services to the smaller communities. Perhaps instead of investing $1.3 million in a paved path, the funds could be directed elsewhere, such as our local hubs. Wheatley has been through enough. Thank you. The next one is from Denise Belutz. Driving all the way to Chatham, that does not seem fair when I pay taxes also. The next one is from Brenda Mayhew. Good afternoon. I would like to voice my concern over the closing of the Wheatley and Tilbury service offices. Are we not part of the Chatham-Kent community? Do we not pay taxes and deserve the same service? I understand that the building in Tilbury may no longer be necessary, so the service could be moved to the Tilbury Library and the same as in Wheatley. Wheatley and Tilbury should be allowed to access information and services in their own community. Varied hours with day and maybe some evening access would be appreciated, or maybe Chatham-Kent should look at moving some of their departments to the other Chatham-Kent communities instead of everything being in the city of Chatham. Thank you for reviewing our concerns before making a decision to cut off more services to the communities outside the city of Chatham. The next one is from Yvonne George. Please keep the Help Center in Wheatley open. Please keep the Chatham-Kent office open in Tilbury. Since Tilbury is a rural community, it is important to have the Chatham-Kent office open in our little town. The next one is from Peter and Lori Webb. Good afternoon. We have heard whispers of a possible closing of our office here in Tilbury, and we are concerned and actually quite surprised. This place is vital. If you include welcoming new people to Tilbury, it is important to Chatham-Kent, especially when you are trying to navigate in a brand new environment. We know because we are here, not huge internet users and often so lost, yet every time we go there, we are met with friendly, welcoming, knowledgeable staff and have come out blown away by their helpfulness in this office. We feel both relieved and reassured to know someone is right there. Please reconsider this. The next one is from Marie DeClawy. Here goes another way of ignoring the southeast corner of the municipality. Cut the services. Then the municipality shall reduce the taxes for this area. Cutting services is a bad idea. I know I'm 1.8 kilometers west of the Four Corners of Wheatley, but to me, I live in Wheatley. Wheatley has been and still is going through a pretty rough patch. Removing services is like another kick in the teeth. Isn't Wheatley going through enough? The next one is from Caitlin Odette. I am writing with regards to closing of several smaller municipal offices, mainly Tilbury and Wheatley. Both these communities are home to an aging population that don't use computers, cell phones, or drive. We need these services to stay open in town. I myself, a 31-year-old lifelong resident of Tilbury, appreciate having the offices open in town to be able to go in and talk to someone in person when needed. Please do not close these essential services. We pay taxes just like the residents of Chatham, and our services are being cut further and further. Thank you for your consideration. And my last one for now is from Lisa Hill. It is my understanding that there is a chance that the Tilbury office will shut down. When the town amalgamated with Chatham, we were told that we would have the same services available to us. As times have changed, we are losing services in our town. The town is growing and is very important to keep Tilbury office open to ensure that we can continue to offer the necessary services to the citizens of Tilbury. If numbers needed to be crunched, I'm sure monies can be taken from other places. There is a lot of wasted money in our areas in the municipality that can be allotted to keep the office open. I would like, if you would like a few examples, I would be happy to forward them to you. Thank you for your understanding. Meredith?
This deputation is from Sheila Morans. I read with much dismay that Chatham-Kent is wanting to shut down the Wheatley service desk. I am appalled and disgusted. I am a low-income senior and have issues with not having the service desk available here. Ever since the desk shut down because of COVID and then the explosion, I've had to spend money mailing stuff to Chatham. I am also involved in various volunteer organizations that have to submit stuff to Chatham. It is very unfair to have no service. I'm trying not to be sarcastic because you personally do not deserve sarcasm, but I must say that as someone who relocated to Wheatley from Calgary, I am totally disgusted by the lack of service we get here in Wheatley. Not just now and not just because of COVID. We would be better served as part of Leamington than CK. We do not have public transit. We do not have public dentistry. We do not have anything. We get to live here and pay taxes, and those taxes do be all for Wheatley. We fund Chatham, plain and simple. That is the general feeling around here. So sure, close the service desk and fund some other whatever in Chatham. I'm sorry, trying hard not to be sarcastic. And where do my tax dollars go?
Fund Chatham.
They read for salt. They go for road salt that isn't needed. After it stops snowing, the trucks are out salting for no good reason. Oh, right. The reason is that they have overtime and budgets that they have to spend, and ruin the environment. The snow removal doesn't get near the end of my driveway and blocks me every time. Having had to go to Chatham on preparation for surgery, I've had to drive many times. The roads are a mess and expensive, having to go back and forth. I'm wondering why there isn't more publicity about this and why Wheatley residents are not being notified other than by Facebook message. So many people are not on Facebook. Perhaps the Chatham Service Center people should have to rotate between all the municipal offices and receive gas mileage. Library employees work wherever and probably don't get gas reimbursed. I really don't understand how CK can consider this lunacy. Instead of considering whether or not to shut down the Wheatley service desk, perhaps there should be consideration to allowing Wheatley to join some other municipality that actually cares about more than collecting taxes. Sheila Morans. And the next deputation is from Chris Kearney Richards from the Dresden Community Healthcare Foundation. On behalf of the Dresden Community Healthcare Foundation, please accept this as a deputation relating to item 17A on the municipality's June 20th agenda. The Dresden Community Healthcare Foundation was formed in 2010 to deal with the physician shortage in the community of Dresden and its potential impact on our viability as a growing community. We were successful in raising funds to build a new healthcare facility thanks to the work and generosity of many community partners. The facility is part of the Chatham-Kent Family Health Team and currently houses 2 physicians and a number of allied health professionals. Our building is located on the edge of the downtown core, and we share a parking lot with our new Rotary neighbors in the wheelhouse. While our mandate is to support the ongoing provision of primary medical care to Dresden and area residents, we are proud community members and supportive of the many initiatives undertaken by the Downtown BIA and our many service club partners. Our building is a block from the town hall, and as such, many patients who use the facility also access services available at the town hall when visiting for medical appointments. We feel compelled to advocate for those who may reside in our community who have economic, technical, mobility, or health issues which would prevent them from being able to travel far for Service Ontario or other municipal services. The recommendation of the Service Review Committee to cease all in-person municipal services in our community is one which we disagree with and urge you to reject. The next deputation is from Jackie Beattie, the chair of the Bothwell Community Boosters. On behalf of the Bothwell Community Boosters, I would like to express our concern regarding the potential loss of our municipal presence and customer service in our community. Since amalgamation, Chatham-Kent has staffed a municipal service desk in the Bothwell Town Hall on Main Street. For years, this was the go-to hub for residents to not only pay their bills, but to access information about our community. It was so helpful to have a knowledgeable municipal representative on hand who knew our community and was able to direct concerns to the proper department. Not only that, but the customer service representative acted as an ambassador for the community, especially for new residents to the town. Unfortunately, due to COVID restrictions, this service was suspended. We understand that the question of efficiencies that the municipality would consider ending this service. However, we have some requests if it is to take place. One, the municipal services continue to be offered through the Bothwell branch of the CKPL, and that staff get the necessary support to carry out the extra workload. As municipal services are continually removed from rural locations, the CKPL branch in each community has become a critical hub that needs more support in order to have the capacity to deal with the requests. That the nearby municipal centers of Ridgetown and Dresden be retained, and that others as well, as it is important for each ward to have a physical municipal presence. Number 3, that the current municipal service desk office be available for community groups to use as a hub for their important volunteer activities. As municipal presence in villages decrease, more onus is put on the volunteers such as the Bothwell Boosters and other service groups to help residents with community needs. Number 4, that the Town Hall of Bothwell remain a municipal building for the use of the community as it houses an active senior center, community center, and theater, and has potential for much more usage as COVID restrictions are lifted. We feel strongly that in an ideal world, we would be able to keep a municipal clerk in our community, especially as it is growing along with the rest of Chatham-Kent. It is imperative that we continue a strong connection to the municipality, and that requires a physical presence. Please work with the community groups such as ours to ensure that each of the vibrant communities can remain viable and thrive into the future. Sincerely, Jackie Beattie. And the last deputation I'll read for now is from Paul Weiss. I have read this section of the agenda and want to express my concern about the potential closing of the Service Center and Municipal Information Desk in Dresden. I also understand that the negotiations for the Service Ontario contract may impact your decision, but it should not be the main detriment. I have 3 concerns about the potential closure. Number 1, a sense of community. When the municipality of Chatham-Kent was incorporated in 1998, one of the challenges of the council was to make all parts of the community feel that they were a part of the whole. To this date, there are pockets in the community who do not feel connected to the CK community and feel that the larger centers get the services and the shortfall is borne by the rural communities. If the service center in Dresden is closed, this will exacerbate these feelings. Number 2, costs. Taxpayers expect that council will be good stewards of the revenue received for taxes. However, everything comes with a cost, and some costs are needed to provide services and support to the feeling of the community. Number 3, support for the CK Plan 2035. These are phrases from the CK Plan 2035. Chatham-Kent is visionary, prosperous community, naturally innovative. The voice of the community is reflected in municipal decision-making. Organizations devote much time and energy and resources to develop strategic plans to guide its operations. As a result, all decisions should be seen through the lens of the strategic plan. I have identified sections of the CK Plan 2035 that support the continued operation of the service center in Dresden. The council priority of community engagement to provide exceptional customer service while fulfilling daily operations. It is not exceptional customer service when the residents in some areas are required to travel a distance to receive service. Reducing the number of service centers is in total opposition to this priority. Also under community engagement, Develop and implement an engagement strategy for the corporation that includes methods to reach vulnerable and isolated groups. The demographics in Dresden show it to be an aging community. Many residents are not mobile and can travel to Chatham or Wallaceburg only with difficulty. Their costs will increase. Reducing the number of service centers does not support the seniors or the disabled. Under the council priority of environmental sustainability, promote growth while protecting the environment. Emissions caused by travel will be increased. Reducing the number of service centers does not protect the environment. And under the council priority of community wellness, advanced health and equality in all policies approach to prevent and reduce impacts of poverty. CK cannot build showpiece monuments in larger communities while diminishing the services to the outlying regions. Reducing the number of service centers does not provide equality. I encourage council not just to seek justification to close the service center in Dresden, but rather to find creative ways to keep it open. Yours truly, Paul Weiss. And I'll pass it over to Kathy.
This next deputation is from Noreen McFadden. St. Michael's Catholic Women's League Executive, located within the municipality of Chatham-Kent, Dresden, are also adding their voices to the community opposition in regards to Section 17A corporate services in addressing in-person municipal services in Dresden. This plan to strategically discontinue municipal services in Dresden and close the Dresden Municipal Services location is citing harm to the Dresden community and surrounding communities and all of the community partners. The rates of decrease reported for 2020-2021 in-person municipal services can be the result of many factors, such as policies within the Dresden Municipal Services location, in-person interaction, lack of an open partnership between the community and the Chatham-Kent Municipal Corporate Services officers, COVID-19 rules, COVID-19 closures, and COVID-19 limited Dresden location hours, suppressing the community from accessing services with ongoing challenges of COVID-19, and this is a limited list of important factors that continue to contribute to rates of decrease in person municipal services. The St. Michael's Catholic Women's League Executive have utilized the Dresden Municipal Services for many decades for many various reasons related to our charity of good works, licenses for card parties, licenses for 50-50 lottery. The St. Michael's Catholic Women's League Executive is calling for a new partnership with refreshing strategies aligned with the needs of the Dresden community, surrounding communities, and all the community partners to solidify a plan of progress and greater opportunities in addressing in-person municipal services in Dresden with the Chatham-Kent Municipality Corporate Services officers. The Dresden Town Hall provides a welcoming community hub for a diverse community, such as in Dresden. The history of the building brings in tourists and promotes the various businesses that make Dresden a unique location of the municipality. Thank you for including this objection in the June 20th council meeting, submitted by Noreen McFadden, President of the St. Michael's Catholic Women's League Executive in Dresden. This next deputation is from Wendy Verkotteren. Good day. I am a resident of Dresden and have called Dresden home for 32 years. My husband and I have raised our 3 young men in this town. I work in the community, as does my husband with his business. We do everything we can to support the small business community within our beautiful town, too. The Dresden Municipal Office is at the center of our downtown business community. We use our municipal office not only for anything related to our municipality, but also Service Ontario services. Our businesses have grown to rely on our municipal office as well in more ways than one. Our municipal office not only serves the residents and businesses of our community, but those of our smaller neighboring communities and rural residents. For those of us in Dresden, it saves us from having to find time to drive to Chatham or Wallaceburg for our municipal and or Service Ontario needs. The office hours in Dresden work for those of us in the community, but do not work in Chatham or Wallaceburg for those of us who work the same hours as office hours in those locations. Additionally, with the ever-increasing cost for travel, many cannot afford to take the time off work to travel to Chatham or Wallaceburg to conduct business during office hours. The Dresden location not only services the residents and businesses of Dresden, many travel to Dresden specifically for our municipal office in Service Ontario. The office and staff have gained the respect and reliability of these patrons that they keep coming back. Because of their efficiency and customer service, that is important for any successful business. And when they come to town to complete their municipal and Service Ontario needs, They proceed to support our downtown businesses, which adds to their ongoing success to remain in business. With the increasing residential growth in Dresden, including a new subdivision with 41 new planned residences, we are attracting younger families as well as retirees. This will create more potential foot traffic to the municipal office and Service Ontario location in Dresden. If the Dresden office is closed, it would be detrimental to our current residents and businesses, as well as future residents and businesses. The Dresden Town Hall building has been a pillar in the community for many, many decades. Our Dresden Shines has done a brilliant job at making the building shine. Please allow this building to shine bright now and into the future by keeping it the centerpiece of our downtown, offering the services as it has for years. By closing it, risks the demise of the building if it remains vacant, and further risks the demise of our downtown small business community without the foot traffic of patrons. If closed, it pushes our residents and businesses to conduct business out of town, since they would be forced to conduct municipal and Service Ontario business in Chatham or Wallaceburg. Please help Dresden to continue to be a viable community and keep the Dresden Municipal Office open. Wendy Vercotteren. And my last deputation for the moment is from Crystal Wills. As a member of the BIA and owner of McKellar's Flowers and Gifts for the past 18 years, I feel the Dresden Municipal Office is a very important building to keep. It brings people to town to pay taxes, dog licenses, burning permits, to book ice time, sign kids up for programs, book the arena for an event, and many more. Some of these things can be done online, but not everyone is comfortable or confident when trying to use a website. Some people also don't have access to a device that can access and complete these things online. It's not always easy to find what you are looking for and can be frustrating at times. It is nice to have someone in person to help navigate and make sure that the service you are looking to use are done right. By removing these services, it will especially impact our aging community by making it more inconvenient or even impossible for them to access. As well as having the Ontario Service Centre in Dresden has always been an important asset to renewing a license or health card, plating a vehicle or trailer. Removing these creates a great inconvenience for our local dealerships and makes them travel out of town for these services, costing them much more. It also puts those who don't own a vehicle or have access to reliable transportation at a great disadvantage when they need access to these services. Everyone deserves the right to have these services easily accessible to them, no matter what their financial situation or background is. The town hall has a nostalgia presence. It is the heart of our community, and selling it off to a private party would be giving away a key part of the identity of downtown Dresden and its connection to the past and the rich history of Dresden. If the municipality wants to change something, then they should remove the by appointment only policy to increase traffic, make it more viable and more easily accessible. More traffic means more visitors to the downtown core and more business for local merchants. I would also like to see the ramp fixed as it has been patched in the past and has been an eyesore for some time now. Thank you, Crystal Wills. Passing it over to Judy.
Thank you. This is from Lydia Labadie. To whom it may concern, we need to keep these services in our small town. Not everyone can do things online, and not everyone wants to have to drive to Chatham. Please don't take them away. The next one is from Linda Dunlop. To whom it may concern, we are very disappointed to hear that Council is considering closing yet another convenience of rural CK. When is it going to stop? It's bad enough that you need to make an appointment now to go in to do your business. Enough is enough. We pay taxes too for local convenience. Oops. The next one is from Walter Tomaszewski. Sorry, Walter. My understanding is that there may be a motion coming to Chatham-Kent to close Chatham-Kent service centers in Southwest Chatham-Kent, namely Wheatley and Tilbury. I hope that this is not the case. More than ever, residents in those towns need their Chatham-Kent service centers. Respectfully submitted. The next deputation is from Ann Pickle. Please do not remove any of our services in our small village. To lose the help center would be awful. The next one is from Mary Ellen Moison. Not everyone has online capabilities and would like to keep these services here in the town. The cost of gas is very expensive to drive to Chatham. The next one is from Denise Manning. Is it really a cost savings that will put the budget over the top if they remain in service? After 10 months for Wheatley to have no necessary service like power, businesses, or homes to live in, this is going to help? How? Heck, there isn't even a road outside of Wheatley for how many years now? Are you going to pretend the town doesn't even exist and maybe they will eventually just go away? Just wash away into the lake perhaps? Great support system in place for not only Wheatley, but Tilbury too. Tilbury is a small town of many people who do not drive, even leave the town or use the computer. I am not old, can use a computer, and I do drive, but I do not frequent Chatham for anything. Why would I have to go to Chatham for anything when a small town has what I need, including municipal services? This world is crazy enough, and you want to throw more bull at everyone. This is just like government looking at Southern Ontario as only going as far as London. Pretend we don't exist or matter. More bull. The next deputation is from Marilyn Foster. I am sending this email to let you know that I am definitely opposed to the closures of the service centers and libraries in Wheatley and Tilbury. I have been a resident and taxpayer in Wheatley for 57 years, and as a senior citizen now, require local services more than ever due to mobility and transportation issues. Wheatley has been under a lot of stress because of the explosion and have not had access to the library, bank, post office, and other businesses and municipal services. To close our facilities would now be especially detrimental to this community and a slap in the face. Tilbury also in need of these services, being a small town, but with an aging population, should not have to drive to larger centers such as Chatham. You are relying too much on modern day technology to do business, but you have to realize that a lot of people do not own computers or are comfortable doing business online. Hopefully Wheatley's problem will be corrected soon and things can return to normal. Also at this time, large subdivisions are being built in both towns. The populations are increasing and the new residents will be expecting to have easy access to municipal service centers and libraries. My request at this time is keep the service centers open, do not close them. Closures will bring a lot of dissatisfaction to the young and old. The next one is from Stephanie Puget. Please reconsider not closing both the help center in the library in Wheatley and also the Chatham-Kent office in Tilbury. Small towns need this service as many are not able to get out of Chatham. And the next one is from Tony Coleman. Dear Council, I want to express my concern over Council wanting to close the Dresden Municipal Office. Many people in town are seniors and can't travel outside Dresden to renew licenses and other Service Canada offices. The price of gas needs to be factored into the issue as well. Most seniors and other residents of Dresden and area are on fixed incomes, and having to pay for gas to travel outside of town to access these services provided by the municipal office in Dresden puts a strain on most people's budget. We need the municipal office to stay in Dresden. The next one is from Mark and Kimberly Reed. Dear Council members, it has come to our attention that Council is considering moving services out of the municipal building, including the Service Ontario office. As small business owners in Dresden, we are concerned that the proposed changes will adversely affect business and tourism in Dresden. Many people who visit our store come to town to avail themselves to the services at the municipal building and then shop at local businesses, including ours. Also, there is a multicolored lights installed on the municipal building that are used to celebrate various occasions throughout the year, and the building has become an important centerpiece to our town. Now that the pandemic is waning, we feel that more people will return to use the in-person municipal and provincial services, and that reducing or eliminating services would be a mistake. Thank you for your consideration of our concerns. The next one is from the Wabash Women's Institute. It has been brought to our attention that Council is considering the closure of in-person municipal services in Dresden. This would be a travesty to not only the town of Dresden, but also surrounding communities. Many residents rely on the service centers for health cards, driver's license, building permits, burn permits, payment of taxes, etc., and the closure of the building would pose a great difficulty to them. This is especially important to the senior citizens who have to travel to a considerable distance to do what could be done right in Dresden and are not familiar with doing business online. This would be a terrible blow to our community, especially coming on the backlash of a 2.5-year pandemic. On behalf of the citizens of Dresden and surrounding communities, we ask that you reconsider. The next one is from Eben and Crystal Cadot, the owners of Captured Moments and Sugared Spoon. We see the possible closure of the Dresden Municipal Center is on the agenda. The municipal office and building are a valued heart of our small town. Pictures of the building are used to represent our town for tourism in our logos and websites. Dresden has a vibrant downtown is part due to the municipality partnering with the downtown businesses. Without the municipal center being there, the businesses would lose this added draw to Dresden. Dresden is drawing new people from other areas, and part of the draw is due to the small town feel where you know you can walk in and ask questions or advise at any time. And the next deputation is from Jarvis Cook. To Mayor and members of Chatham-Kent-Council, I wish to address the issue on the Council agenda, Service Review and Customer Service of June 20th, 2022 regarding the closure and sale of municipal buildings in Chatham-Kent, specifically the Dresden site. Dresden has a long history with the name Hub and Spoke, which you may recall was the unofficial name of the major employer for many years, then became the name of the restaurant in the 1990s, and is now continuing on into modern history with the new Hub and Spoke Airbnb across from the town hall. I would argue that our municipality building is a quintessential hub of the town's business community, and the streets surrounding it are the spokes that make up the wheel of our precious town, which has recently come alive. Our grand old building is certainly no part of the revival of our beautiful town. There are great groups of volunteers who do so much to make an attractive destination for residents and tourists alike. It is a symbol that has grown to become a brand following the summer and Christmas night market successes. Talk to any newcomer in town and they will say that the old building is part of the appeal and charm that drew them here. I don't envy Council's ongoing struggle to balance Chatham-Kent's budget, but this decision needs to be rethought. We cannot afford to sacrifice our hardworking business owners and the rest of our tight-knit community of this historical attraction in our quaint town. I trust you will give this matter your more careful consideration. And the last one that I will read right now is from Kim Brissett. Please reconsider not closing both the Help Center in the library in Wheatley and also the Chatham-Kent office in Tilbury. Small towns need this service as many are not able to get out to Chatham. Thank you. Meredith?
The next deputation is from Andrew Picard. I would like to express my concern in regards to the closure of the Dresden Town Hall and request this matter be very carefully considered. I feel there are numerous reasons to consider keeping the status quo for the time being, but I will cite 3. The location of the municipal center service, the municipal and service Ontario in our town is important to the residents of our community, particularly those who are not able to access these services via online self-serve methods. I would anticipate that removing these services from Dresden would have an oversized negative impact on seniors or those with transportation or mobility limitations and our most vulnerable citizens. Number 2, having these services within our town contributes to foot traffic downtown, which is important to the small business community in Dresden. These are very challenging times for small business owners, and reducing foot traffic in our downtown will negatively impact our small business community. Number 3, the continued erosion of municipal services in smaller centers of Chatham-Kent contributes to the feeling among residents that these communities that amalgamation has benefited is Chatham at the expense of smaller communities. This will be one more example, and this is not what I came back to CK for. Hopefully I'm misinformed, and it is very concerning that no material community consultation has been done on this matter, and it is my belief that it is being debated at council in 3 days. Please consider these comments my own personally. I regret having to write this from my work email. However, due to timelines, I don't believe I had any other option. I don't envy the consideration you have to take into account when making such decisions, though I do ask that it be done with care and in a transparent way that engages all stakeholders. And the next deputation is from Marina McDonald in the Dresden Night Market. Thank you for taking the time to hear our concerns tonight. Our team of volunteers created the Dresden Night Market in 2017 to celebrate Dresden's historic downtown, its businesses, community groups, and creative entrepreneurs from across Chatham-Kent and beyond. Thousands have attended our events from near and far, and the Town Hall building quickly becomes a recognizable landmark for visitors. The building appears in many photos taken at our events over the years. We use these photos to promote Dresden as a tourist destination. As our event grew and we built relationships with groups such as Dresden Shines and the Dresden BIA, we contributed funds to purchase small lights for the outside of the building. We use these lights year-round and change the colors and patterns to celebrate holidays and days of recognition. We are grateful that staff at Town Hall have allowed us to put the lights up, and we appreciate their support and accommodation. The Town Hall is part of Dresden's identity. It's an iconic landmark, and it's located in the heart of the community. Our community groups have dedicated thousands of hours of volunteer time to improve downtown Dresden's working with what we already have. That includes the Town Hall. Maintaining public ownership of the building will ensure that this historic landmark remains as such and continues to provide important services and community pride alike. We hope you will consider this building's importance in our small town's identity and its importance to the residents of Dresden. And the next deputation is from the officers of the Catherine McVean chapter of the IODE. It is with heavy hearts that we again have to lobby for our community's continued heritage and service. The Catherine McVean chapter has operated in Dresden for 108 years, and hopefully we can still carry on supporting our community for many more. As proud IODE members, we are pleased with our accomplishments. And if you will take the walk through Dresden, there is much visual evidence of this. Volunteers matter, community pride matters, feelings of belonging matter. Our chapter survives because there is community pride and community support. As services are removed and buildings have stalwart reminders of what our community history are proposed to disappear, it is difficult to remain positive about the municipality of Chatham-Kent. There are many communities within Chatham-Kent in similar situations. Chatham-Kent once had 14 IODE chapters, and now there are 3. Was amalgamation and loss of community a reason? When the large municipality was formed, community spirit decreased. It is the David and Goliath concept, and Dresden residents can't see themselves on the winning end. You, as councillors, can be our stones. Many benefits of amalgamated communities are unseen, but the town hall and service centers are the only visual presence of the municipality. How to spend our fundraising money within Chatham-Kent is an onerous responsibility. How taxpayers' money is spent is also an important role of council. But sometimes you need to look beyond the dollar and cents and consider the value of lives affected. Not only the members, and in this case, small communities, it is the lives of individuals that live here. Many do not have the transportation, but have affordable accommodation. As a large service group, we help these individuals with other needs, but a transportation is not one of them. If in the end, Chatham-Kent is to be closer to services, they are going to become bigger homeless population. That is not an easy one to solve. Please respect the value of our community services and allow us the opportunity to reside in town. Part of the larger municipality, we are proud to exercise our 100-plus-year-old motto, we live in deeds. Sincerely, the officers of the Catherine McVean IODE chapter. And the next deputation is from Diane Jackson. No words can express how we felt when we read Article 17A on the proposed closure of the Dresden Service Center and the selling of the building. This is the heart of our town, and without it, Dresden has much to lose. For example, everyone does not have access to other centers or online services. How can they apply for birth, death, and marriage certificates, driver's license, health cards, outdoor cards, and proof of age cards, or any needs required at an Ontario service center, especially seniors on limited budgets with limited mobility and transportation issues? In the past 2 years, there have been long lines outside the building waiting for their turn to apply to update their information, and there is no reason to believe it's not being used. This building has so much history that will be destroyed if it doesn't maintain the Service Ontario hub and is to be sold, another story, or to let it sit vacant. We strongly urge Council to continue offering in-person municipal services at the same level as was delivered pre-pandemic in Dresden, Bothwell, Thamesville, Ridgetown, Tilbury, and Wheatley. The cessation of these services will send the wrong signal to these communities. We also strongly urge Council to continue to partner with the Service Ontario and to extend the contract to provide services in Dresden. And the final deputation I'll read for now is from Cheryl Brown. I am the wife of a business owner in Dresden and lifelong resident of the beautiful, quaint little town. I am writing to express my concern of the possible closing of our service center. Dresden needs to keep its service center open. Our community has a very large number of senior citizens and a large portion of folks coming to that age. Without the services in our town, you are forcing our residents to travel out of town to seek services that we currently have access to. As folks get older, they are less willing to travel on their own to larger centers. I know this for a fact, as our aging parents would not do so. There are many older folks that do not use computers or modem or modern technology to access service centers and would need others to do their tasks for them. You say that there has been a decrease in foot traffic into the office. Perhaps this is due to the fact that you need an appointment to get service. At this point, my personal belief is that it should now be open with no appointments needed and to see if the numbers increase. I had to make an appointment for service and had to wait for over a week to get an appointment. There was absolutely no need, as no one else was waiting when I left. People in our town need to have access to Service Ontario, which is also housed in our service center. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Many folks in town are complaining about the need for an appointment, and it opens in the past and will fight again. Many folks in town are complaining about the need for an appointment, and it seems that no one is listening to their concerns. Most businesses are now up and running full steam, and we have all learned to live with COVID. I hear on the radio this morning that Chatham-Kent was looking for ways to cut its emission output. How is making our residents drive to another place offering the services helping with that? Rather ironic, in my opinion. Now, my last bone of contention, our service center is in the iconic clock building. I do not know much about the history of the building, but I do know that it was the former office when I was a small child, and it housed our former police station and town council. The building is a landmark of our town. When Chatham-Kent was formed, many of the smaller towns like Dresden seemed to fall off the radar. We are part of Chatham-Kent, but we have our own unique identities. There was discussion at some point in the last year to close the Civic Center in Chatham, as it needed millions of dollars in repair to bring it up to the current standards. Now, with a large number of staff working from home, nothing has happened. Does that building justify the cost of renovations? Well, quite honestly, it is too underutilized. Please rethink this proposal. It is not the best interest of our residents. Cheryl Brown. And I'll pass it over to Kathy.
This next deputation is from Stuart Kayar. I began practicing law in the then town of Dresden in 1966. For the past 26 years, I have been involved in a number of voluntary roles within our community. Throughout that entire time, municipal services have been available to residents of Dresden and area at our town hall, conveniently located downtown. Also available at that location is a Service Ontario kiosk where local area residents can obtain provincial services. This location in the downtown is both convenient for area residents and a boon to the downtown business community. Many people make a habit of running all their errands at once. People pay their taxes, renew their license, pick up a burn permit, or get their health card picture taken, and then visit the local florist, pharmacist, a downtown restaurant, or discount store. The town hall brings people to town and generates traffic for our downtown merchants. There have been successful efforts by groups such as the Downtown Dresden BIA, Dresden Shines, the Dresden Horticultural Society, and most area service clubs and organizations to revitalize the core. Significant amounts of money have been invested in this effort, and much of that effort has centered on the town hall. The town hall stands proudly over our downtown core and is an iconic symbol of Dresden, having recently been incorporated into the Dresden BIA's new logo. About a week ago, the potential redevelopment of the former Chatham Mall was announced, which will provide a major revitalization of Chatham downtown. I am supportive of that potential development, as are many other in the Dresden area with whom I have spoken. It will provide extraordinary opportunity for downtown Chatham and will provide a potential draw to Chatham-Kent as a whole. There will be a significant cost to all taxpayers for this development, with the biggest benefit being to Chatham, but it is an investment in all of our futures. It is perhaps somewhat ironic then, and perhaps really bad timing, that administration now submits recommendations to Chatham-Kent-Council suggesting that in-person municipal services be removed from Dresden, Bothwell, Thamesville, Ridgetown, Tilbury, and Wheatley, and assets divested to save what could be up to $173,000 per year. 6 communities will be affected by the proposed shuttering of services and divesting of assets. Are these 6 communities not worth $173,000? Are the benefits, economic spin-offs, and community identity not worth that sum? As a business person in the community of Dresden, I submit that the suggestion that in-person municipal services be removed from our communities is short-sighted and will have a significant economic impact on the viability of a number of small businesses. I urge you to reject the recommendations being presented to you tonight and to strongly consider the economic impact on the downtown core of each of the affected communities, the importance of having a municipal presence available in person in each of our communities, and in Dresden's case, the symbolic importance of having a publicly owned town hall in our downtown core. Consider moving specific municipal departments to each of the underutilized buildings. Consider engaging service clubs and individuals in each community to come up with creative uses for underutilized space. Those would be creative and progressive approaches that would contribute greatly to economic development across Chatham-Kent. I have 2 more brief deputations for you. This one is from Ivy Budai. I am writing to you as a business owner and as a resident in Dresden, expressing my disappointment of privatizing the Municipal Council and Service Ontario, as it could negatively affect the community of Dresden. I understand that the city of Dresden as a growing community with an alarming economic and physical redevelopment, recent opening of new subdivisions for housing, and the new shops in the downtown business community demonstrates the magnitude of the need for the services run by the municipality and Service Ontario. The growing interest to settle in Dresden by those who leave big cities like Toronto and Hamilton is a perfect example to measure the demand. Dresden also has a considerable proportion of retired or retiring population who will need public access to transportation, housing, and other necessary services. In keeping with the new developments, I think that the demand for services conducted by these offices would increase substantially. I see this as an amazing opportunity for the municipality itself to build their revenue through all the new requests of services by expanding their services to serve the community. I also know that people in Dresden are willing to take challenges and contribute to the making of New Dresden. From my own experience, I was helped by the amazing staff of the municipality and Service Ontario with effective and timely services in a friendly environment. I am concerned that all the disadvantages of privatization may affect the attitude and work environment for this much-deserved community of Dresden. Above all, the municipal buildings and Service Ontario is the landmark of Dresden. Representing the Government of Canada, it would not be easy for me or the community to see it going to the hands of one or few business people. I stand with the community of Dresden opposing to the selling of the properties of the Municipal Council and Service Ontario and wish to request kindly to reconsider this decision. My final deputation is from Liz and Joe Komanek. I am writing this letter to express my disagreement with CK Council recommendations to endorse a 3-prong approach to improving customer service with the possible divesting of the Dresden Clock Tower building. As a resident of Dresden for over 40 years, former postmaster at the Dresden Post Office, and volunteer with several community groups, I have seen how our residents have embraced the Dresden Service Center building. The Town Hall Clock Tower is our link, where citizens engage as part of the municipality of Chatham-Kent through our distinguished and historic Town Center building. There has been much effort to make all communities outside of Chatham feel like an important part of Chatham-Kent, and keeping this building a municipally owned building will continue to strengthen that bond. The pairing of our municipal services with Service Ontario services is an excellent opportunity for residents and those in surrounding areas to access those services and then shop and eat in town. It helps all our small businesses to thrive and attracts people to move to Dresden and provide tax dollars for all of Chatham-Kent. I would recommend further investigation into how the empty spaces in the town hall could be utilized. For example, there is a large second-story space that could be rented. There could be discussion on how the municipality could support and help our community grow by setting up a tourist information center, provide an economic development resource office to support our businesses with technology development, provide space for our Dresden History Group for display of our artifacts which preserve our history. Dresden, unfortunately, has no museum. As well, our town is lacking a senior center. There is a ramp on the side of the building, which would make it accessible. In your three-prong approach, there are plans for training seniors to use the online technology. This might be a way to work towards that goal. There are many other potential uses for the empty spaces, and I would recommend consultation with our citizens who know the needs of our town best. Offering of other provincial services should be explored as well. Please also consider the loss to our community if this recommendation is passed. In-person customer service will be removed as a choice. Those without technology or the expertise will be burdened with having to drive or get rides to a center such as Chatham. During the pandemic, isolation of our seniors and other people with challenges was a sad reality, and this type of forced conversion to a digital technology that is overwhelming or inaccessible sends another discouraging message. This is a loss of customer service. Secondly, our BIA, community groups, and volunteers will feel a loss. The building has been used to promote our economic growth, with it being our logo for our BIA and used in promotional material such as the Dresden Night Market and Dresden Shines. Chatham has its city center, Toronto, the CN Tower, Paris, the Eiffel Tower, and Dresden, we light up and rally around our town hall clock tower. Please consider the negative impact on our enthusiastic volunteers who are working hard with momentum to rejuvenate our downtown. I am looking forward to further discussion as we work towards finding a favorable solution for all citizens of Chatham-Kent. Yours sincerely, Liz and Joe Cominick. Judy?
Thank you. Council, we're getting there. We have 30 left, and I'm going to read 11 of them to you now. The first one is from Dustin Pumphrey on behalf of his business and the Kingsman Club of Dresden. The building being considered for closure and possible sale is the heart of our community, the closure of which we will have far-reaching impacts on our community, not justifiable by numbers. The service center is the hub that services our 2,500 or so residents and the businesses in our community. The report associates cost and savings by switching to a different model for offering these services, but there is no way that I am aware to provide our license renewals, our healthcare renewals, and the rest of the services provided by the Service Ontario kiosk. Residents will have to travel to accomplish these tasks. Which will cost the local taxpayer and businesses in different ways, such as fuel, time, and inconvenience. Closing of the building and a possible reduction of staff to cut expenses is the easy way to accomplish what this committee was tasked with. However, the costs that will be absorbed by the residents of the local community far outweigh any savings gained from this short-sighted plan. The next one is from Ian Cretan. I understand that there is a movement by the municipality of Chatham-Kent to close help centers in a number of small towns such as Wheatley, Tilbury, Dresden, etc. Such a decision would be extremely disappointing and reflective of an organization that is not in touch with the people those help centers serve. Ironically, just as Chatham-Kent announces it will pursue ways to lower emissions in its day-to-day activities and services, it proposes an action that will cause people to need to travel to a centralized help desk in a different town. This will serve to, in fact, increase emissions as those people now have to use a vehicle to get this service. I am thoroughly opposed to any decision to close these help centers. The next one is by Peggy Larsh. Please don't close the Tilbury and Wheatley libraries and help centers. We underestimate how important the libraries are to young families in our small towns. The help centers need to be located in each town for people who do not drive and who do not have computers. There are more people than we realize who need access to these services. Please do not close these offices. The next one is from Matt Mateer. The help centers in Tilbury and especially Wheatley need to stay. Am not driving all the way to Chatham, tax-paying resident of Chatham-Kent. Thank you. The next one is from Kath White. It's come to my understanding Chatham-Kent More, so City of Chatham, is prepared to shut down our Chatham-Kent office in Tilbury as part of budgetary costs. How about your committee taking a look at cutting something out of the city and you do the drive to Tilbury or Wheatley? Please leave our town community alone. If you can't understand us, sell us to Lakeshore, Essex, or Windsor. We have an aging community who are able to walk to these local services. The drive to Chatham is virtually impossible for some. Signed, angry, the city picks on small towns to just justify and fill their pockets. The next one is from Pam Prudence. Please keep the service center open in Wheatley. Thank you. The next one is from Rose Northcott. Good evening. My name is Rose Northcott, and you may have already read a letter I sent on behalf of the Rotary Club of Dresden. However, this letter is a personal one, and I'll make it short. I've been an active community member for over 42 years when my husband and I purchased our home just on the outskirts of Dresden. The enthusiasm, vibe, and spirit of a small town are like no other. The heart of the downtown in the is the Dresden Town Hall in the Clock Tower. This iconic building has been utilized by not just myself, but our whole community in surrounding areas. The availability, easy access, and friendly employees of Service Ontario benefit the livelihood of Dresden. Since the pandemic, we had to get creative in ways to bring people together. One of those ways was through Dresden Shines. Chatham-Kent has allowed us to install smart lights on the Town Hall and Clock Tower, which has attracted an increase in community support and willingness to help alleviate the downtown core. Please reconsider the cessation of these services in our small town and consider to partner the Service Ontario build a stronger future. Thank you in advance for your consideration. The next one is from Lisa Gooding. A tax-paying citizen in the municipality of Chatham-Kent who resides in Dresden, I'm completely opposed to the idea of having Dresden Service Ontario office closed and the building sold. We are in outlying areas of Chatham, pay taxes like the rest of the municipality, and have been slowly chipping away at us for years. Closing this building will be a hardship for many people from Dresden and the surrounding areas. As many people come here to avoid the city, closing this office is not in the best interest of the people it serves. And as elected officials, it is your job to do what is best for all of the communities in Chatham-Kent, not just Chatham. We deserve to keep the services we are paying for in our town. And I would like to suggest you close an office in Chatham if you are looking to save costs. The next one is from Susan and John Finley. This letter is to advise you that we are opposed to the divesting and closure of the Dresden Municipal Office. We have always found it convenient to conduct services there. And if the usage is down, then definitely COVID restricted and delayed quite a lot of transactions to occur. As well now, by requiring appointments to attend the office, it's making it difficult to attend. The action of closing could make life very difficult for so many people, especially seniors and people unable to make the trip to bigger centers with an increase in fuel cost and even no transportation available to them. We request that you consider leaving the historic municipal building in use and available for services in Dresden, businesses, and residents. The next one is from Ted Misselbrook. The report says by closing the municipal service offices, it would save taxpayers up to $173,000 a year by shutting service centers in towns of Dresden, Ridgetown, and Tilbury. While I applaud administrative efforts to save the taxpayer money, I would urge Council to find creative alternatives to keep those historically important buildings in the hands of the municipality. The municipal services in Service Ontario are vital to the well-being of the Dresden business community and the residents of the ever-growing town. Please consider decentralizing a Chatham-Kent Civic Center department or two by shifting the work and staff to municipal service offices in Dresden, Ridgetown, and Tilbury. Also, please keep in mind what a tiny percentage the suggested savings are compared to your $205 million income budget, as you reflect on the negative impact of the closure and sale would have on the partner communities mentioned. And my last deputation for now is from Francine Melhout. Good afternoon. I would like to put a deputation in about the Chatham-Kent Service Center being closed. Not everyone has transportation or the money to drive to Chatham-Kent to get their matters dealt with. We need our smaller offices in the county. Not everything happens in the city of Chatham. Therefore, please keep the help center in the library in Wheatley and also the Chatham-Kent office in Tilbury, a concerned taxpayer. Thank you. Meredith?
And I have my final 5 deputations to read. The first one is from Tara Francoeur. I'm writing to air my utter frustration on item 17A. On the municipality of Chatham-Kent's June 20th, 22 meeting agenda would be that the Service Canada in Dresden would even consider to no longer be present locally. I am a long residing townsperson due to I moved here as a kid before amalgamation and want to get some things off my chest at this time. I remember how accessible our downtown core was, as well as the very fact that we did not need to travel far to get the things we needed. In my adulthood, I was never able to learn how to drive thanks to my ongoing issues with driving anxiety and the passing of both parents who had been trying to teach me. It is beyond important to me, as well as any other individual in this town, that we shop local. The many stores are owned and operated by people we love and cherish. So I do my very best to honor the humble request since I started living here at 8 years old. By taking away the Service Canada, you are leaving me and those people in the dust. I'm a single mother with a son that has developmental disability. He does not appreciate unnecessary ride times, and it creates a lot of stress on us. My son already deals with being bused to Chatham for his needs, going to school there, and for appointments at CK Children's Center. It is unfair to force more of that upon him. On the matter of busing, the busing only runs at certain times, and again, challenging to have my son accompany me, so it is not always viable in my situation. Internet services are not fully reliable anywhere, to be frank, and even I lived in the GTA for college, which surprised me how often outages happen even in bigger cities. Last year, I had to go in person to Service Canada's office because the website kept having issues. To add another point, do you even realize how much of our community are elderly and struggle with apps and computers? I often hear how much easier in-person is from the ones I know personally, and I agree 100%. The folks in our Service Canada are always understanding, happy to help, and I can run my errands after a quick visit. I walk and bike everywhere, so it saves me an immense amount of time. You absolutely cannot assume everyone has access to a vehicle in these times. The affordability of gas, or even the ability to drive themselves. My family, which is smaller due to a slew of recent passings, and friends have been trying to help with rides, but realistically, we all live different lives. When emergencies or sudden appointments come up, a lot of the time I can't do a damn thing unless I am within walking distance. So to get further along in my stated points, we are still working our way out of this pandemic. So of course, reviews will be bad at times. Underline as well as highlight that last sentence in your minds, for it was beyond obvious that no good would be said about these past few years. The world was completely cabin fevered and have been essential worked in food industry during this pandemic. Attitudes are boiling over a lot. Our local police station was removed in amalgamation, and I have noticed the impact for a long time now, especially with all the petty vandalism that would be deterred if we still had them here, i.e. the bridge flowers, and then the downtown windows were smashed. I repeat, do not want the same for our Service Canada, that residents in that very building now. It is only going to leave more people like my son and I behind. Tara Francoeur. And the next deputation is from Rose Northcott from the Rotary Club of Dresden. On behalf of the Rotary Club of Dresden, please accept this as a deputation relating to item 17A on the June 20th agenda. The Rotary Club of Dresden has been dedicated to the service above self in the community of Dresden since 1986. Over the years, our club has made significant investments in Dresden, including the construction of the north and south end Welcome to Dresden signs, a new slate roof on the Carnegie Library, and the construction of the bandshell in the Dresden Rotary Memorial Gardens, where we hold our annual summer concert series. We have also worked closely with the other service clubs and organizations within our community on joint projects for the betterment of Dresden, including the construction of the Trillium Trail, the Dresden Community Healthcare Center, the Lambton-Kent Secondary School Sports Field Complex, the Dresden Kinsman Community Splash Pad, the new Christmas lamppost lights, and Dresden Shines. We have supported many Chatham-Kent initiatives, including the foundation of the Chatham-Kent Health Alliance and the Chatham-Kent Children's Treatment Center. We were recently the beneficiaries of the generous donation of a building, which we now call home. The Wheelhouse is located just south of the Dresden Town Hall, firmly rooted in the downtown core. As a result, we find ourselves moving in new and exciting directions. The focus of many of our projects is youth and seniors, and a new building has provided the opportunity to try new projects. It is very much our intention to become a vital part of the emerging and increasing vibrant downtown core. The heart of the downtown core is the Dresden Town Hall. The clock tower welcomes visitors and residents, ringing out every 15 minutes. Rotary, along with many other service clubs and businesses, have invested heavily in the development of the Town Hall grounds, including the IODE, Four Corners Fountain, the Dresden Shine Smart Lights. The focus of so much of our community's downtown revitalization efforts have been publicly owned Town Hall. As the owners of the building and the core, we are very much invested in the continued revitalization of Dresden. As a service club offering many services to seniors, we have major concerns if the in-person Service Ontario and municipal service centers are no longer available in Dresden. In our work with seniors, we know that many are on limited budgets, have mobility and transportation issues, and are simply not comfortable with new technology. They very much need the availability of in-person service. As a service club devoted to bettering community, both Dresden and Chatham-Kent as a whole, we strongly urge the council to continue to offer in-person municipal services at the same level as was delivered pre-pandemic in Dresden, Bothwell, Thamesville, Ridgetown, Tilbury, and Wheatley. The cessation of these services will send the wrong signal to all these communities. We also strongly urge the council to continue to partner with Service Ontario and to extend the contract to provide such services in Dresden. In closing, sharing our business ethics is the four-way test, which was created in 1932 by Rotarian Herbert J., which our Club Rotarian recites at each meeting. The next deputation is from Brenda Mifflin. I was deeply saddened to hear of the possibility of the closing of the town hall in Dresden. I know that we are a small community, but I am very proud to be a citizen of Dresden. Ever since the amalgamation of the communities, it seems the municipality is constantly trying to take away from our smaller communities. This building is a standing of our history in Dresden. Yes, I know it needs some repair, but what buildings do not need this? You need to take into consideration that our town is growing with new subdivisions being built. We also have more older citizens that cannot go to other municipalities. Also, the people that work but have to take time off work to go to another municipal office because the hours are not flexible. As for the Service Ontario, there is a strong need for this. I met several people in the day, and the thing I hear most is that we come over to the Service Ontario in Wallaceburg. Maybe you should choose to close Wallaceburg because most Wallaceburg's people come to Dresden. All I ask is to please consider not closing our town hall. And the next deputation is from Hector Sanchez. We are asking that you please accept this deputation with respect to item 17A on the June 20th agenda. European Savories Patisserie is a manufacturer and bakery that recently shut down operation in Etobicoke due to being affected by COVID and relocated to the town of Dresden since May of 2021. We had to make a decision to leave the GTA due to the rising cost of fuel, rent, groceries, and our primary ingredient, flour, milk, cheese, corned beef, and peas. We bring a different cultural flair to the town as our product is originally from the lands of Malta in the Mediterranean. We offer freshly baked products that are all handmade. The products we offer are made with love, and you will know exactly all the ingredients in the products. Our product is baked and not fried, which is a healthier option in our community. We purchased our building in the end of April 2021. Since then, we have been working diligently to complete major cost renovations. Now that we have the business up and running, we are focused on completing 2 apartments above the bakery and the eye doctor office. We have updated electrical, plumbing, facade of the building, and have wooden boards up on the windows that made the building look abandoned. We continue to work on the building and have addressed the beautiful pot lights, the accent lights, which highlight the beautiful windows, and have replaced wooden boards. In a nutshell, we chose the town of Dresden to invest significant amount of funds to beautify the downtown core of Dresden. We have received many compliments from our local customers who say they are so pleased to see the building look so much better than it used to be. We are excited to continue our project and hope to see it finalized soon. As you are aware, running a small business and renovations, we have made several trips to the Service Ontario building. We have made several connections with its workers who rotate and have brought in more foot traffic to our town. Workers let others know by word of mouth of our business establishment. This will be missed if we are not afforded the time and opportunity to provide potential solutions. The Service Ontario building brings in people from town and surrounding towns, which helps bring people into Dresden, which in turn makes them potential customers to the shops we currently have. We are an established business of over 20 years in the DGA, and our customer base brings in people from Chatham, Bell River, Bothwell, London, Windsor, Leamington, Thamesville, St. Thomas, Mississauga, Toronto, and Detroit, to name a few. It would be a shame to lose the momentum we are working diligently to create in the downtown core of Dresden. We have joined the Dresden BIA so that we are up to date on local events to keep us involved in the community. Many of the events held and the projects that are underway involve or are around the Dresden iconic building. There is too much history in the building, and it would be a shame to lose its ability to include or use the clock tower as it has been used. It would be likely more difficult for the BIA or other groups to get by from the private owner to keep the smart lights in the town hall for special events, which are celebrated throughout the year by the town or other projects that they are currently have underway. We cannot leave out the fact that Dresden is growing. We have new subdivisions that are being built with phases nearing completion. We encourage you all to come out and get some Heart of Dresden in the night market, which is rapidly approaching on Saturday, July 23rd. As seen by the reasons above, we must try our best to view all potential options of being able to keep the buildings municipally owned. As a new business and investor in town, we take great pride in the decision we made to call Dresden our home. We seek that you strongly reconsider staff recommendations in seeking the closure of the services provided in our so loved iconic building. Let's try to keep the building municipally owned. And the last deputation I'll read is from Krista Mall. She's a realtor and resident of Dresden. I'm writing this letter to voice my concerns regarding the potential closure of our town hall in Dresden. I'm writing this letter not only as a concerned resident, but also as an active realtor who not only lives in the town of Dresden, but also sells homes and brings in new residents here. On a monthly basis, I provide my real estate services and move families, retirees, first-time home buyers here from all over the province. I see firsthand, day in and day out, when speaking with new residents, about how great this little town is and what all the amenities we have here. I've seen many new families move to Dresden and buy homes here. I take pride in telling new residents that that town offers all the amenities, including the very important municipal office at the hub of our downtown core. The town hall is an important marker and shows its beauty in the downtown right next to all the other shops and businesses. If we take this very important service away, the residents will have no choice but to drive to Chatham or other towns to get this service. And in turn, they will do their shopping and other things there as well. Closing the town hall will only hurt the town of Dresden. It will only set us back and give reasons for people to leave this community. Many people say there is essentially no reason to leave the town for any other city if they don't have to. As I give my talk to the new residents that move here about what we offer, the municipal office is one of the largest factors that I mention, and it is great service that we provide here. I even hear many people mention that they drive to Dresden to our municipal office because it's so much faster and efficient, and they don't have to wait in line for hours, and they can also go to the cute shops and bakeries while they are here. I've been working tirelessly to build our community and watching the population grow, not only as a realtor, but as a real estate developer building homes in town. I feel that if we take away this service and if the municipal office closes down, it could essentially be bought by anyone, likely someone from out of town, and the most integral part of our community would end up turning into who knows what. I could see someone purchasing it and turning it into rental apartments, which could ruin the look of our downtown. The residents of Dresden know very well that there have been other facilities that were once thriving businesses bought up by investors from larger cities, and the entire area is now run into the ground. They don't keep up with the cutting of the grass or the maintaining of the property because they don't live here. And honestly, they don't care how bad the buildings and the land look. If you see a photo of Dresden, there is a 99% chance that the town hall will be in the photo. It is the hub of our town, and we don't want to see it go. You will be making a very big mistake, and it will be an incredibly huge hit for this community. Please be mindful of the residents of Dresden and all the new people that are moving here as well. I honestly cannot see a single person in Dresden that would be in favor of its closing. Krista Mall. And that's my final deputation.
Mr. Mayor, it's Judy. My understanding is Kathy has 2 more deputations to read, and then I have my pile of 10 quick ones. So it's 9:30. I just wanted to ask how you wanted to proceed. We have 12 left.
Yes, okay, so we can go ahead. I think it's in the next, if you can get it done in the next 7 or 8 minutes, we can move on.
Okay, go ahead, Kathy.
Okay, this next deputation is from Cindy Brewer, Stuart Kyer, and Liz Komanak, co-chairs of Dresden Shines. It is with sadness that we read the recommendations of the Staff Service Review Committee. Dresden Shines in a voluntary organization within the community of Dresden, which was formed out of the energy and enthusiasm of the May 16 miracle in 2020. Our aim was to build on the recent successes in the community, such as the Dresden Night Market, the work of the downtown BIA and service clubs, and the emerging vibrancy in the downtown core. We planned a major decorating of the parks and downtown core and providing contactless activities during the holiday season in 2020 and 2021. One of our signature achievements was placing smart lights on the Dresden Town Hall. Those lights have been lit on numerous occasions during the last 2 years, both during the holiday season and at other times throughout the year to mark special events and occasions. We also undertook a well-received 2-week light up styled as We Are Canada prior to Canada Day last year, aimed at encouraging thinking and engagement around issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion. We honored Indigenous Canadians, Pride, Juneteenth, and the multicultural fabric of Canada. This past weekend, the lights were lit red, green, and yellow once again to honor the Dawn Settlement, Uncle Tom's Cabin Historic Site, and Juneteenth. These light ups have the additional advantage of adding life to our downtown. The Dresden Town Hall is an iconic symbol of Dresden. It sits at the heart of our community, both physically and emotionally. Our community has put time and effort into the refurbishment of our downtown core. Projects such as the BIA lamppost banners, the Horticultural Society's flower plantings, numerous service clubs coming together to purchase new lamppost Christmas lights, and the IODE's Canada 150 Four Corners fountain. In all these efforts, we have developed good working relationships with the municipal staff, who have been more than supportive of our efforts. Our small committee over the last 2 years has been successful in investing close to $60,000 in our community through grants, donations, and sponsorships. The town hall is the most visible symbol of our efforts. That investment has contributed to community pride, business revitalization, and economic spin-offs for merchants in our downtown core. Many of these initiatives would not be possible without a publicly owned town hall. The clock tower sits proudly over our downtown and is visible from approaches from all directions. It also draws people to our downtown core, whether in search of municipal or provincial services. We therefore ask that you reject the recommendations contained in the service review report and instead work toward fostering real economic growth in our rural downtown cores. Direct staff to work with local community builders to come up with creative solutions to ensure service centers remain as vital links between the municipality and its citizens. And my last deputation council this evening is from the Downtown Dresden BIA. The Downtown Dresden BIA is proud of the solid relationship it has with local service clubs and organizations and our municipal partners. We have worked together to build the economic and social fortunes of Dresden, and our efforts are seeing positive and tangible results. New businesses are opening in our core, subdivisions are taking shape, and our voluntary sector is strong. The BIA meets monthly, and the focus of our last meeting was 2 major items. Number 1, partnering with the Dresden Agricultural Society on the BIA Race Day being held Sunday, June 6th, at the Dresden Raceway. And number 2, partnering with the Dresden Summer Night Market to be held on Saturday, July 23rd. Partway through our meeting, we received word that the customer service review recommendations would be voted on at the next council meeting, and that rural service centers and information desks were recommended to be closed, and buildings in Dresden, Ridgetown, and Tilbury would potentially be divested. Our meeting took a completely new tone. Gone was the energy and enthusiasm of building our community. Exit optimism, enter shock, frustration, and anger. This is the content of a news release which was released just over 1 year ago today. For immediate release, Dresden Downtown BIA launches a new logo, May 26, 2021. Despite the pandemic, the Dresden business community is buzzing with new ideas, excitement, and potential. The last few years has seen fantastic growth and investment in our downtown by both new and existing businesses and our local service clubs. It was time to brand a new look for the Dresden BIA, explained Crystal Wills, the chair. The Dresden Town Hall is among the most iconic of our landmarks. Tyler Ouellette, a Dresden night market organizer and BIA co-chair, offered the town hall has gained a new sparkle in our downtown core. As part of Dresden Shines this past holiday season, the town hall was adorned with smart lights, which can now be used year-round to light up Dresden for special events and holidays. Miriam Armstrong, a BIA director and the designer of the new logo, suggested that the BIA was looking for a new clean look for their logo while at the same time paying homage to the heritage of downtown. Green and blue reflect the colors of the Explore Dresden branding of our website, along with the importance of agriculture in the Sydenham River to our community. The clean look of the logo reflects the progressive nature of our community, while the clock tower is a nod to our past. One of the newer Dresden business owners and BIA director, Kimberly Reed, is excited by this new logo. The freshness of this logo is matched by the mainly fresh new ideas that are bubbling in the downtown core. Our community is working together on a number of exciting initiatives that will build Dresden as a destination within southwestern Ontario. Service clubs and organizations have been an integral part of community development in Dresden, and Liz Kominick, president of the Dresden and District Horticultural Society and a BIA director, is enthusiastic about the buzz being created in Dresden. The Hort Society is so proud of the contribution we've made to the beautification of our community, and members are so pleased to partner with the BIA and other groups to move our community forward. This new logo signals a chapter of our downtown business community, one that is deeply rooted in the strength of our past while looking forward to the future with hope, energy, and enthusiasm. The town hall has been at the heart of our branding and marketing efforts. Our community has been charting a progressive course, and the Dresden BIA has been among the leaders in setting that course. We would much rather be focusing right now on projects and initiatives that will continue to grow our community. Instead, once again, our focus has been diverted to fighting to preserve an important part of our community's heritage and identity, along with other rural communities across Chatham-Kent. This really needs to stop. Let us focus our efforts on building our communities, which we are quite good at, instead of requiring us to focus our energies on fighting to protect what should be a given. We are asking Council to, number one, reject the recommendations of the Customer Service Review Committee, and number two, direct municipal staff to enter into a dialogue with the Dresden community, and in particular, the BIA and Dresden service clubs and organizations, to discuss creative ways to make use of our town hall, with the understanding that municipal services and Service Ontario will remain there. Thank you for your time and consideration. Yours truly, Crystal Wills, Dresden BIA Chair. Judy?
And Council, the final batch of deputations this evening. This one is from Tom and Karen Renwick. Please keep the help desk in Wheatley and the Chatham-Kent office in Tilbury open. My husband and I are seniors and appreciate having our services. We live in a rural area between Wheatley and Tilbury and use both. The next one is from Nancy Graham. Do not take away our Chatham-Kent Service Center in Tilbury. We need to keep our town that way, the way that it is. Thank you. The next one is from Christina Richardson. Leave service centers in Wheatley and Tilbury alone. It's enough that people of Wheatley are forgotten about unless the village explodes. Such a poorly thought out plan. The next one is from Charlotte Goodell Teshrobe. The help center in Tilbury should not be closed. Too many of our residents cannot get to Chatham to use their services. The Tilbury office has been essential to the community. When we have food drives and donation drives, more people are apt to give because they know it will stay local and help those in need in our community. These opportunities will not be such a success if the help center is no longer there. I personally donate vegetables throughout the summer because I can walk them up to town and bring them in. I can't do that if it's not there, and I will not make a special trip to Chatham to do this. The next one is from Kathy Bell. I would like to voice my opinion in regards to Chatham-Kent's plan to close the help centers in Wheatley and Tilbury. I am the treasurer of the Royal Canadian Legion here in Wheatley, and I use these offices often. In order to do fundraising for our branch, we need to apply for licenses to run draws or raffles, and I go to the branches when this is needed. I would hope that Chatham-Kent could understand that it is not convenient or always possible to get to Chatham to get these licenses or complete reports for the municipality. Why couldn't these offices be open even if only for a day or two per week? We all in the municipality pay taxes and would appreciate a little service in return. It seems that if services don't benefit the city of Chatham, the services don't happen. Please convey our concerns to council. The next one is from John Roger. We do not want to lose our resources in Wheatley and definitely not Tilbury. We in Wheatley have been through enough, and now with gas prices so high, having to drive to Chatham will be terrible. If this happens, I'm sure they will give us a tax break, eh? Pam and John Roger. The next one is from Laura Simpson. It has been brought to our attention that Chatham-Kent is once again considering cutting a service to our small town. I am asking you to reconsider. Our town needs to have some place local for residents to conduct Chatham-Kent business. There are many seniors in this town that would be very inconvenienced by removing the help center. Tilbury would be the closest town, and it is my understanding that Tilbury is also being considered for closure. Chatham-Kent is a large area, not just the city of Chatham itself. We all pay taxes to the municipality and should be given the same services. The next one is from Tessa Palanek. As a resident of Dresden, I have an issue with item 17A on the agenda for tonight. I, like many others, do not have reliable or have no vehicle at all transportation to be able to get out of town to acquire the same services elsewhere. The bus schedule isn't an option for many as well, so that leaves a possibility of online. Not everyone has internet available to them or knowledge of comfort in purchasing things online. With a population that includes many having English as their second language and aging residents, this is definitely something that should be kept in mind. Having an actual human being with compassion there to help can make all the difference in the world for so many. Also, taking away another sense of freedom in these times where mental health is being held as a precarious balance already doesn't seem wise. Removing yet another item from Dresden will also be a blow to the overall morale. Many residents, myself included, are tired of seeing services we use closed down. Next one is from Bill Brooks. I am Bill Brooks. I live in Tilbury. Closing out municipal office is a shame and will be a very huge loss to our town. Stop closing out office and start closing Chatham offices. Stop renting buildings for services such as COVID shots and resting. Use the buildings we own. Stop taking everything away from the out-of-towners and giving it all to Chatham. And the last deputation this evening is from Catherine Kayar, the Union Block Bakery. Please accept this as a deputation with respect to 17A on the June 20th, 2022 Chatham-Kent Municipal Council agenda. Union Block Bakery is relatively new business in Dresden. We opened our doors in November of 2018. We offer a full line of bakery products produced in small batches with quality ingredients. Our bakery cafe also offers lunch, catering, espresso, coffee, tea, and iced beverages. We purchased our building in July of 2016 and undertook major renovations, including completely gutting the building, pouring a new concrete floor, installing new windows and exterior facade work. Suffice to say that it was a major investment to the downtown Dresden core and are working diligently with other downtown merchants to create Dresden as a destination. As were most of the other small businesses across Chatham-Kent, we were hit incredibly hard by the pandemic, but we survived. The staff recommendations to close service centers and municipal desks in 6 communities will be another blow to small businesses in these communities. Small town, downtown need foot traffic if their businesses are to survive. We believe that our investment has contributed to an increase in foot traffic in the downtown. Many of our customers come from other parts of Chatham-Kent and beyond. Likewise, the Municipal Service Center and Service Ontario creates a draw for people in Dresden area to come to Dresden downtown, increasing foot traffic for our downtown merchants. If those services are no longer available, the foot traffic will be lost and migrate elsewhere. Those potential customers are perhaps lost forever. The Downtown Chatham BIA, along with the Dresden and District Horticultural Society, Dresden Shines, and other service groups, have undertaken a major project to continue to beautify our community. One of the cornerstones of that beautification process involves the Dresden Town Hall. IODE spearheaded the Canada 150 Four Corners Foundation project. Dresden Shine coordinates the installation of smart lights on the Town Hall, which shine brightly for special events throughout the year, and the Horticultural Society tends to the plantings of the Town Hall vicinity. The BIA logo was recently revamped to include the Town Hall clock tower. That clock tower is nothing short of iconic in Dresden. If the building was in private hands, our community efforts could well be thwarted. Maintaining the Town Hall as a municipal service center and Service Ontario location is a must, and the building should remain municipally owned. Our community is proud of the building and has made investments in planned beautification projects and events around the Town Hall as a public building. Accordingly, we urge Council to reject the staff recommendations, which would see the closure of service centers and municipal desks in the downtown of 6 communities across Chatham-Kent. Thank you. That is all the deputations, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. So we're at 9:45. Here's where council needs to make a decision. We will need to extend it to 11 o'clock, probably to get done tonight. So if I can get a motion to extend to 11, Councillor Foss, Councillor Sakachi, will you second that?
Also move.
No, I will not second that, Mayor Canis.
Okay, anyone, Councillor McGrail? I'm just going by hands here. Councillor McGrail, will you second that?
I will.
All right, so we'll put that motion up. And Judy, can we vote on this? Or
actually, Mr. Mayor, yes, you can just vote by who's opposed and I will count.
All right, so maybe what we can do is, Joe or Councillor Foss, if you can put down your hand, anybody opposed to extending to 11 o'clock, if you just put up your hand, put up your voting hand. I can't see them all, Judy, so.
I can, I have Sakachi, Thompson, Finn, Bondi, Pinsino, Latimer, McGregor, Brock McGregor, and Harrigan and Foss and Caniff. So that is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Aaron Hall is 11. So motion fails. We will not be extending.
All right. So what that means is that next Monday we'll have a council meeting to continue the discussion there. However, we will get to the other items that we talked about, starting with notice of motions. Can I get Councillor Latimer, followed by Councillor Bondi to go through the notice of motion?
Thank you, through the mayor. And I apologize, this is long-winded, but here we go. Whereas St. Andrews is not a not-for-profit seniors residence that has been part of the Chatham-Kent community for 50 plus years, and in 2009, as part of their commitment to outreach within the community, took on the operation of the Meals on Wheels program, which has now existed in Chatham-Kent for over 60 years. And whereas the Meals on Wheels program provides equitable access to well-balanced, affordable, nutritious meals delivered by 250 volunteers 3 days a week, which remains imperative to the independence and well-being of seniors and other vulnerable members of our community, continuing to live in their own homes in Chatham, Blenheim, Pancor, Dresden, Tilbury, Ridgetown, Merlin, Erio, Thamesville, and surrounding areas. And whereas prior to COVID, the Meals on Wheels program delivered approximately 25,000 meals to 250 community residents, with a 40% service increase experienced during a post-pandemic time, with no one turned away. And whereas the quantity of food, the timing of preparation, and the delivery are essential elements of the program's ability to meet the increased demand and safety for those in receipt of the meals. Whereas St. Andrews was successful in receiving a grant of $120,762 through an Ag Canada Local Food Infrastructure Fund to update their kitchen cooking facilities to be able to continue to meet the growing demand of the Meals on Wheels program and further expand geographically throughout Chatham-Kent. And whereas this growth will require a more efficient and updated kitchen facility with increased storage to be able to meet volume demand and also be able to offer local seasonal product to program recipients. And whereas despite significantly increased service and supply costs due to post-COVID realities, the St. Andrews Board of Directors has approved moving forward with this initiative at the projected cost of $482,500. I, Councillor Mary Claire Latimer, hereby provide notice that I will bring forward the following motion at the July 11th, 2022 Council meeting for discussion and voting, that the St. Andrews Residents Meals on Wheels program be exempted from paying the full building permit fee of $8,154.25 and only pay the minimum building permit fee of $90.
Okay, Councillor Bondi.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. I, Councillor Michael Bondi, make notice to bring forward the following motion at the July 11th Council meeting. Whereas the Scottish Borders Foundation, Essex and Kent Regiment Associations provided information regarding their fundraising campaign that was included in the Council communication package this evening. And whereas the Scottish Borders Foundation fundraising campaign that is about to kick off in earnest in our area, and whereas the Borders Foundation is a group of volunteers who raise funds through their registered charity to provide for the historical and current needs of the regiment, which are not financed by the federal government, such as no funding is provided for the preservation of the regiment's historical lineage, such as its archives, monuments, and memorials, and their construction and maintenance, the renowned pipe band, and for the support of veterans and serving members to attend commemorative events locally, nationally, or internationally. And whereas it is hoped that with this one-time fundraiser, sufficient capital can be raised to be managed well into the future to ensure the legacy and memory of our local regiment is never forgotten, and the rich traditions of its storied past, such as the pipes and drums, can be maintained. Therefore, I move that the Scottish Borderers Foundation, Essex and Kent Regiment Association, be permitted to come to a future council meeting to explain the purpose of the campaign and to seek $100,000 support of council in this effort. Thank you.
All right, with that, I see Councillor Sakachi, you have your hand up for something? Or no? Okay. Closed session reports. Councillor Latimer, can I get Councillor Oche to second those, please?
Thank you. Through the Mayor, Council directed administration on advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose with regard to surveillance cameras on municipal properties, Section 2392F, Municipal Act 2001. Council received education and training on diversity, equity, and inclusion training, Section 239 3.1, Municipal Act 2001.
Seconded.
Okay, any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Couple more, Council. Okay, all votes are in. Motion passes 16-0.
Okay, approval of communication items. Councillor Thompson and Councillor Hall, can I get you to move those, please? Councillor Hall, can I get you moved, followed by Councillor Bondi?
Happy to move, Mayor Kenneth.
Happy to second, Mayor Kenneth. Thank you.
All right, anyone opposed? Items carry. Non-agenda business. Councillor Kirkwood-White, followed by Councillor Scotchy.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just wanted to let everybody know that today, June the 20th, is World Refugee Day, day to acknowledge the courage, resilience, and strength of the millions of refugees across the world and right here in Chatham-Kent.
Councillor Scotchy, followed by Councillor Pinsino.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. On behalf of yourself and all council, I just wanted to congratulate Ms. Shannon Prince in regards to the the award that she recently won. She's just recently will be receiving an honorary doctorate of laws degree. And that comes also after she just received the honor of Governor's Ontario Heritage Thomas Synods Award for commitment to conservation. So I just wanted to, say big congratulations to Ms. Prince and basically and thank her for all the advocacy and work she does on behalf of our community.
Councillor Pincinel.
Thank you, Worship. This coming weekend is the Thamesville Threshing Festival, biggest parade in Southwest Ontario, next to Retro Fest. Is on Friday night at 6:30, and the events all day on Saturday with a beer gardens, and should be a good time. If public can make it out, please do.
Councillor Harrigan. Councillor Harrigan, you're on mute.
Thanks, Mary Canna. Sorry about that. I just wanted to share with everybody that tomorrow is Tuesday, June 24th is National Indigenous Peoples Day. This is a day that we can all come together to recognize and celebrate the unique heritage, diverse cultures, and contributions of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. And we can do this here in Chatham-Kent by recognizing and celebrating our own neighboring Indigenous communities, both at Delaware First Nation Moraviantown and the Kejunong at Walpole Island First Nation. And our community partners are extending an invitation out to the community to join them to celebrate at the Skana Family Learning Center, which is at 25 8th Street in Chatham from 10 till 2, and everyone is welcome to attend.
Okay, thank you. I've got two quick things. The first off, I want to put a huge shout out to one of our own, Councillor Latimer. She's over the last 3+ years has filled in for me at the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Cities Initiative. And she's been fantastic in what she's doing. She's motivated, she's doing a lot of things, and they've recognized that. They're recognizing her at the annual general meeting next week as the Ontario Member of the Year. She's receiving the Ontario Member of the Year award. So I just want to congratulate her on behalf of all of us for representing Chatham-Kent so well. Second thing, I just wanted to, Judy has pointed out to me that we don't necessarily have to have a meeting next Monday. We could defer this last item that we were to the July 11th meeting. So if I could get a motion to move to if anybody's interested in moving it to the July 11th rather than having it next week. So Councillor Finn and Councillor Sakachi, will you move that and second it?
I'll make that motion.
All right, seconded by Councillor Sakachi.
Yes, with just one quick question, Mayor Canada.
Yes.
If it's back on the agenda for July 11th, is the deputation aspect, is that going to still be ongoing, or how does that?
No more.
Judy, can you comment on that, please? I know the answer, but I'll have Judy answer.
No problem. Yes, because we've had this public meeting and it was to be handled tonight, there will be no further deputations on this matter, and we will put that right on the agenda for the July 11th, right behind that report name.
It just has to be clear to the community. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah,
So,
I will second that, Mayor Canada.
All right. So any questions regarding this? It's either we do it. Okay. So Councillor Latimer, do you have a question concerning this, and Councillor Solomon?
I do. Thank you. Thank you, through the mayor. I wondered, Ms. Hoffman, does this give you enough time, or are there any timelines that we're pushing you up against? I'm concerned with the ministry timelines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's Kathy Hoffman speaking. Councillor Latimer, can I just ask you to clarify, do you mean, does the timing of next week, of meeting next week at council to continue this, impact the conversations with the provincial timelines? Is that your question?
It is.
No, it should still be okay from that perspective. But I would just add, since you've asked the question, we will be regrouping tomorrow on the administrative side of the team to make sure that we're actually going to be able to have all of our team members present next Monday. We did have some people who had some book vacation times and other commitments, and so we're just going to be trying to sort those out to see whether or not that's workable. We'll come back to council if we don't have our core group that needs to be available for next week.
Mr. Mayor, it's Judy.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, Councillor Latimer, maybe we're going the same way. Kathy, the motion on the floor right now, though, is to postpone it till the July 11th meeting.
Yeah.
And I think Councillor Latimer was wondering, is that timing okay? And if there's for some reason, then if this fails, we could put a motion on the floor to bring it back next on Monday.
Okay, sorry, my apologies. I was working in the background as well and didn't see your motion there up then. No, I think actually it might be helpful, Councillor Latimer, to have it postponed that long if that's workable for council.
All right.
That's good.
So with that, we'll put it to vote.
Just waiting for a couple more. Okay, motion passes 15-1.
So with that, we'll give council next Monday night off. How about that? We'll move into reading the bylaws, first and second. Councillor Solomon and Councillor Pinsino.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move first and second reading.
And I will second it.
Anyone opposed? Motion carried. Councillor Foss and Councillor C. McGregor, can I get you to move the third and final reading?
So moved, Your Worship.
I'll move that. Sorry, I'm working from my phone. I got booted off my computer, so this is a little different. Thank you.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Resolution of council in closed session and adjournment. Councillor Latimer, and we'll have Councillor Bondi wrap this one up tonight.
Thank you. That Chatham-Kent-Council adjourned to its next meeting to be held on Monday, July 11th, 2022, and that Chatham-Kent-Council authorized itself to meet in closed session on that day to discuss any matters permitted by the Municipal Act.
Councillor Bondi?
So moved at exactly 10 o'clock.
Excellent. Anyone opposed to wrapping it up at exactly 10 o'clock? Hearing none, we did it. We got it rated at 10. Thanks, everyone. Take the week off, and we'll see everybody July 11th.